in the new Shepherd up over the Kármán line, brought back down and stamped flown in space and returned to them to give them a momentum of space and to inspire them to dream big.
The shoes I am wearing are designed by one of my students. I saw that she was decorating her own shoes, and I just felt like I should just go and buy a pair of shoes for her to decorate, and how special it would be to be wearing some of my students' artwork around the school.
I was really excited and just really nervous at the same time because she's my art teacher, but it was a really fun experience and a really cool experience. I see like on YouTube and like on the internet like some people designing their shoes, and I thought that was whoa, that's really cool, and I want to design a pair of my shoes because I think it really captures my personality, and I would just really like to express that.
I love the insides. I think the insides have like the crazy amount of detail. I almost wish that they were like all over the shoe because I just love the inside so much, but it's almost like this like hidden jewel on the inside. Looking at my shoes, obviously I do think of Nevaeh, but I think of all of the young minds and the young hearts and the young passions that I'm starting to grow through just my classroom. And even if that's not art, if it's just life lessons, you know, getting to see those passions grow is just what I love to do.
Hello, I'm Patty Rendon, Hillsborough County School Board member for District 4. You're watching Hillsborough Schools TV, and together we're preparing students for life.
The board meeting of December 3rd, 2024 is called to order. Member Perez will now lead us in a moment of, what would you like me to call it? Member Perez will now give us a quote followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I'm going to start off. This quote is not attributed to a specific individual. It's a reflection on the interconnectedness of our well-being and the world around us. It serves as a reminder of the importance of caring for ourselves and others for a harmonious and thriving community. Take care of your body, and your mind will thank you. Take care of your mind, and your soul will thank you. Take care of your soul, the universe will thank you. Take care of each other, and we will all thrive together. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Member Perez, will you please acknowledge our student entertainment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the Blake High School Jazz Combo with Principal Valerie Newton and instructor Carmen Griffith. These wonderful students entertained us prior to the start of our board meeting, and at this time we would like to invite the students up to introduce themselves.
My name is William Stenberg. I play the drums and I'm in the 12th grade.
Hello, I'm Maxwell Heyman. I play guitar and I'm in the 12th grade.
I'm Wade Richards. I play vibes and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Calvin Van Pelt. I play trumpet. I'm in the 11th grade.
My name is Haley Lopez. I play alto sax, and I'm in the 12th grade.
Hi, my name is Ava, and I play trumpet, and I'm in the 11th grade.
Hi, my name is Liam Pacifici. I play guitar, and I'm in the 12th grade.
Hi, my name is Calvin Williams. I play the drums, and I'm in 10th grade.
Hi, my name is Luis Lopez. I play bass, and I'm in 11th grade.
Hi, I'm Director Carmen Griffin. I'm the marching band director and jazz band director at Blake High School. I have the privilege of working with these students, and I would like to encourage and invite you all to come to our performance on January 8th at the Convention Center. It's the Florida Music Educators Association convention, for which we've been invited to perform for the President's Concert, which is quite the honor. That's 7:30 p.m. I would be remiss not to note this lovely picture on the wall. Thank you for having the Marching Yellow Jackets posted in the room. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for the opportunity.
Good afternoon. I am Valerie Newton, the proud principal, fortunate enough to serve these fine students. Thank you.
Great job. If anyone wants to come take a picture.
You guys were amazing.
Fantastic. Such an amazing job. So good. People were dancing in their seats. We have no withdrawn items today. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And the motion passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. We have 3 sets of minutes to be approved today: September 24th, 2024, School Board Workshop; October 1st, 2024, School Board Meeting; November 11th, 2024, School Board Reorganization Meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Perez and a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And the motion passes unanimously. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we are a nonpartisan board who believe all children can be empowered to learn, to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements or questions, board members will have 5 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterwards, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back in the queue. Member Perez will now read the board guidelines.
As we begin this afternoon's meeting, please allow me to quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow the board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed on with closed captioning on the live webcast on cable TV and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It is also can be viewed with closed captioning on the online video archive.
Thank you, Member Perez. We have 2 items scheduled for time certain. At 5:01, a public hearing, and 6 p.m. employee input. Now we're going to move on to recognitions. A01, recognition of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Best Crew Award. At this time, I'd like to call up Anne Marie Courtney, Director of Partnerships, Engagement, Philanthropy, and Outreach.
Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, cabinet members, and guests. The Bucs Best Crew program, supported by our amazing partner, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, recognizes standout Hillsborough County Public Schools teachers, administrators, and support staff for outstanding service, overall impact on students, and accomplishments beyond the classroom. We are honored to have Brian Ford, Chief Operating Officer of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, here tonight to announce this month's recipients. Mr. Ford.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for that warm welcome. And good afternoon, board members, and happy holidays. Hope everybody's well, superintendent, and faculty and staff. As was mentioned, I'm Brian Ford, and so excited about this program and continuing it, and I thank you all for your support in making it what it is. And we have 3 unbelievable individuals that are so dedicated and passionate about what they do to recognize here today, and I'm humbled to be here to do so. So with first, we're going to recognize our teacher, and I got to hold that. We got the wrong ball. Got to have the right ball, right? But to kind of explain this program to anybody that's new, we have a tradition that the Glazer family started, and anybody that goes over and above in our organization gets a game ball. And when you hear the stories that I'm about to read, you'll understand the reason for these individuals. But they go over and above each and every day and make it very easy for us to offer this recognition. So with that, would Elizabeth Alexander come on over here? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Our Buccaneers Best Crew Award for Educator this month is for someone who always known for surpassing all standards to support every student, not just her own. These are comments that your peers have given. She's constantly organizing school-wide events so students can come participate in experiences that they would not be able to do so at home. For Halloween, she provided candy for the entire school for students to experience trick-or-treating. For Christmas, she purchases and organizes donations for all the students to receive Christmas gifts in December. She even provides foods for students and staff who are hungry. She ensures that the culture of the school is always positive and promotes excellence every single day. Miss Elizabeth Alexander from Pizzo K-8 is a premier educator in and out of the classroom who sets the standards in education and embodies the spirit of the Tampa community. We are honored to give this recognition she deserves with this Buccaneer Best Crew Award. You are a Buccaneer. That makes it even better. Give me a hug there. And we get a picture over here, and then I have a certificate for you as well. So it's something to hang up there.
Thank you so much.
But thank you for what you do each and every day, and that story is remarkable. We'll do a picture over here. This is what we do on the field of game balls. Much deserved. Thank you very much. Thanks for all you do. All right. Next, we have Sergeant Eric Collins, District, Safety and Emergency Management. Thank you for your service. Our second award is for an essential member of the Safety and Emergency Management Department who's always seeking creative ways to support students. He has coordinated the collection and distribution of school supplies and materials for Transformation School campuses, playing a vital role in the department's community outreach efforts. Each year leading up to winter break, he organizes the delivery of Christmas toys to 15 elementary schools on behalf of Hillsborough County Public Schools Security and EM, a nonprofit organization. His efforts help ensure our elementary students receive gifts for the holiday season. In addition, he's also a huge supporter of the district's annual Cereal for Summer campaign, which provides breakfast for children over the summer who would otherwise face hunger when school is out of session. It's remarkable. He goes above and beyond his call of duty every day. And on behalf of the Buccaneers, the Glazer family, and our entire organization, please help me congratulate Sergeant Eric Collins for this month's. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. And I got a certificate as well. Thank you. And last but not least, come on over here. Aaron Fiallo, Principal, Impolito Elementary School. He even wore Buck red and the necklace. This is a Buck fan. And the earrings. Over a dozen staff members requested our last award recipient. That tells a lot about you. Who exemplifies pillars of leadership, community, and excellence. She's been described as the leader that people want to work for. Approachable, empathetic, and determined. Throughout her career in education spans decades. It is her first year as a principal at this elementary school, and she's already inspired the entire school. Thank you. Over the summer, she worked 12-hour days over the summer to get the school ready, physically cleaning, rearranging, and landscaping herself. During Hurricane Milton, she checked in on all her staff personally to make sure everyone was okay. And she works tirelessly every day to ensure that parents, students, and staff feel connected and heard, providing invaluable guidance and mentorship along the way. It's amazing. In fact, countless teachers said that they have never seen a more driven or effective principal in their entire careers, making her one of the best administrators that they ever worked for. And on top of that, she's a diehard Bucs fan. Congratulations. Come on over here, and we got a certificate. This makes my job. This is the best part of my job.
Aaron, you get your own food. Your mom's going to steal it.
So you're going to spoil my last surprise for all three of you. Oh. So you're a season ticket holder, but somebody will have it that you can pass along. But we want to invite each of you and your families to an upcoming game. Either this Sunday, we have a game on the 29th of December, or January 5th. So you're all going to get my information, and you'll follow up with me personally, and we'd love to have you as our guest to cheer on the Bucs that you already did.
On behalf of the board, thank you all so much for your service, and thank you to the Buccaneers for these recognitions. The board welcomes
everything there, but thank you all.
Thank you. Woo. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive responses to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking your time to be here. However, it is requested that when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Reminder that your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you'll see a yellow light on the lectern and a red light will chime to indicate when your time is up. I'll now call up our 5 speakers.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jason Marlowe, Vice President of the Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association. While I'm here as one, I stand before you as many. I am representing and speaking on behalf of the Civic Associations of University Square, Lowry Park Central, Old Seminole Heights, Southeast Seminole Heights, as well as Ybor and Tampa Heights. All have given their official blessing to this effort. I'm here on behalf of thousands of homeowners who reside within Tampa's urban core, who oppose the expansion of 275 and oppose this board's stance on it as well. I want to be clear. Tampa's urban core is vehemently opposed to this potentially $500 million proposal that would diminish our quality of life. As the school board has a voting representative at the TPO, we would politely ask this board to revisit their stance and take an official position on this issue as a board. To those who are unaware, the communities of Tampa spent well over a decade combating bad transportation policy and remain steadfast in our opposition to this project. This issue unites individuals across every spectrum, partisan, racial, socioeconomic. That's why on October 30th, nearly 100 of us packed County Center in opposition and making that opposition loud and clear, which we will continue to do. If anybody has any questions from this board about the who, the what, the when, the where, or the why as to why we stand like this, I'm happy to make myself available to each and all of you. Again, I formally request that this board review its official stance on the I-275 expansion and come to a conclusion on this proposal as a board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I don't have enough time to talk about the issues at Gaither High School, but I'm going to give you a few highlights. Number one, the sheriff at that school, his behavior was so atrocious towards the parents when the school counselors was giving up a ceremony for the juniors and the seniors for their academic achievements. I mean, I was flabbergasted at the way he was talking to the parents. And then 2 weeks ago, my wife had volunteered at Gaither High School to feed the football players before their playoff game. She said she walked in on him talking down to a parent. I spoke with the principal. He blew it off because him and that sheriff is like this. He blew it off. Secondly, my wife is in school getting her master's degree in education. She was assigned to Gaither High School, but she went under her maiden name. But when she arrived at Gaither High School, the person that she was to meet with told the front staff to tell my wife that she was unavailable for that day, and told her to come back the next day. Later on that evening, my wife received an email from the professor telling her she wasn't allowed to do her practicum at Gaither High School because of the Hillsborough Public Schools policy that she has students there. Now, I want to ask this. What type of message is this school district sending to a parent that's bettering themselves and they have an opportunity to help that parent? What message are you sending to the children of that parent? What type of message is that? What type of message is that sending to those children? What do you think they think? There was already heightened issues at that school with my daughter. So you tell me, before I came here, I reached out to Nelson. He, for some reason, he wanted to call me 7:30 in the morning. I never told him that, but this has been a month ago and I still haven't heard anything from him. Then I reached out to Rick Graves. He called me from an anonymous number. I told the secretary to let me know what hour he was going to call in so I could receive the call. I didn't hear anything else back from them. I know what it looks like when they don't want to talk to a parent. But once again, what type of message is that sending to these children?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Arjun Manohar, and I'm a student at the University of South Florida, studying political science and interdisciplinary social science. I'm also happen to be taking a course right now with Commissioner Cohen, focusing on local government and policy, where we were encouraged to get more involved in the local government process, and I'm here today. So I'm also a longtime resident of Hillsborough County, born and raised, as well as a graduate of Hillsborough County Public Schools, elementary, middle, and high, class of 2022. So I'm here today to just simply express my support and emphasize the significance of mental health services in our public schools, as I know that one of the items being voted on later today is the legislative priorities for the board. And something in there is the asking for an increase in the mental health services allocation. So I'm simply here to just express my support for this and the importance of mental health in our schools. So mental health has always been an issue that has been kind of swept under the carpet, but in recent years, I think there's been a lot more importance placed on the issue, and rightfully so. As a former student of Hillsborough County Public Schools, I can attest to the continued need for mental health services. In today's day and age, students are tasked with numerous responsibilities, and oftentimes students will become so focused on all these different responsibilities and end up not prioritizing their own mental health and well-being. Likewise, the resources provided in Hillsborough County Public Schools may be the only mental health resources that students may have access to, and this just further emphasizes the importance and need for resources like the mental health allocation that is provided through the state. So I hope the increase that is something included in the priorities for the legislative priorities is something that the board will support and also just continue to advocate for as this upcoming legislative session begins. And just likewise as well, the continued support for mental health services in our schools in general. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Superintendent Ayers, honorable board members, I hope first and foremost that everybody had a very happy Thanksgiving last week and enjoyed the time spent with family and friends. Rather than just send you another boring email about all the progress I've made since I first addressed you about this issue back in August, I thought I'd come here and tell you all about it. So we've had a ton of traction since I started in my role as the ARC Blockchain Education Liaison. After speaking here in August, I've had a few different meetings at this point with different state legislators. In fact, later this week I'll be meeting with Senator Burgess on Thursday. I also then the next month in September I went to both Pasco and Pinellas and had addressed those boards as well. Pinellas had a really great meeting with Keith Masterides, who's the CTO, with some of the superintendent staff. They're very interested in what we have to offer. In fact, I even had to go back to my teacher roots and give a little bit of a short lesson on what blockchain is, because this seems to be something that it's a word people are starting to hear, but they don't even know what the heck that it is. But and then after that, in October, I actually was I don't even know how I got to this position, but I was invited to a private dinner with Kathy Wood and some of the ARC Invest team. Turns out that Kathy's organization has an ARC Educate, and she couldn't get over the fact that there's a blockchain out there with the same name. So we really hit it off, and that led me to having a conversation with Dr. Mike Grego, who's since retired, but he's actually the managing director of ARC Educate. So now we are going to be collaborating. They have some after-school programs that are already happening in Manatee, and so we're going to talk about us taking over sort of the blockchain education component and helping to do that. So 2025 is shaping up to be a great year. And I just wanted to come back to Hillsborough. This is always going to be my home base, having spent nearly 20 years as a teacher in this county, and wanted to just reinitiate the conversation, see what we can do to work together. Again, all of this is being done as an SCIC, which is equivalent to a 501c3, so we're not looking for funding or anything else, literally a charity just trying to give away resources. In fact, we're going to be gearing up for next year and trying to kind of figure out how much resources we're going to put into the program. So hopefully we'll be developing supplemental materials and curricula and stuff like that that can be disseminated to teachers. We could do seminars, any number of things. So I really wanted to just come before you, say hello, kind of catch you up on all the progress that's being made, and just let you know that we're here to help and serve in whatever capacity that you may ask of us. And outside of that, I hope that the rest of you enjoy the rest of the year and the coming holiday season. And you have my email. Look forward to chatting with you at some point in the near future again soon. All right. Thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening, members of the board and attendees. My name is Vanessa Cures, and I also attend the University of South Florida. I grew up here in Hernando County, so I am familiar with the Florida school system. And I recently watched some of your workshops discussing behavior and conduct in schools, and I'd like to contribute to this important conversation. The challenges of student behavior are complex, and I commend the board for introducing 3 key focus areas. One that I heard was differentiating the code of conduct between elementary, middle, and high schools to reflect the difference of maturity and development of the students. 2 is creating a uniform code of conduct between schools with the same grade levels. And 3 is prioritizing keeping students in monitored environments rather than resorting to out-of-school suspensions. From my experience, many behavioral issues stem from hyperactivity, unmanaged anger, or deeper challenges that require more than disciplinary actions like suspensions. Students with these struggles need proactive support, such as access to school counselors and constructive supervision during in-school suspensions. For instance, someone mentioned how Dr. Gordon at Hillsborough High School implemented interventions for middle school students transitioning into high school with histories of misbehavior. This initiative prepares students for success by addressing their specific needs early, and expanding similar programs across the county could have far-reaching benefits. Preventive action is critical, and many middle school and high school students misbehave because they feel disengaged or uninterested in schools. So when they're sent home for misbehavior, it can feel like a reward and reinforce their negative conduct. Instead, providing transportation to ATOS, as someone mentioned, alternative to out-of-school suspension sites, or increasing their accessibility could keep students in environments where they remain supervised and engaged. While challenges like staffing and transportation shortages make this difficult, investing in these resources benefit both the students and the schools in long term. The impact of mismanaged student behavior extends beyond students. It is affecting the teachers. I've heard firsthand accounts of overwhelmed educators dealing with students who curse at them or disrupt class only to have them return an hour later. This is demoralizing for teachers and exacerbates the ongoing teacher retention crisis. To address this, it's crucial for schools to collaborate with teachers to identify causes of misbehavior and implement solutions that protect educators while helping students grow. The 3 proposed strategies: first, differentiating code of conduct by grade level; 2, ensuring uniformity within schools on the same grade level; and 3, by investing in ISS and ATOS, are excellent steps toward this balanced approach. And by addressing behavioral issues proactively, we can foster environments where students and teachers alike can feel supported and empowered. Thank you for your time and commitment to this important issue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Natalia. I'm also a student at USF. And first, I just want to thank you guys so much. I grew up in Tampa, and Hillsborough County has consistently brought up amazing and intelligent people. So thank you so much for what you do. It does not go unnoticed. I just want to advocate here today for the expansion of the dual language programs. Growing up in a bilingual household is something that's very dear to my heart. I recently visited a school in West Tampa in which various of the kids didn't speak or understand English. And I could see that frustration in their eyes because I know it. It's like I have the ability to learn, but not if I don't understand the language. And being that our community is so vastly diverse, and specifically in Spanish and in the West Tampa culture, I think the expansion to all schools so the kids can have the equal opportunity to learn is very important. And I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the council. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tanisha McLeod, and I am a mother of 4 boys, all of which have attended Hillsborough County Public Schools. We are a military-connected family, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how appreciative I am for the support and partnership of Hillsborough County Public Schools to military-connected students. With that being said, on September 23rd, my son was assaulted and bullied in the school cafeteria at Rogers Middle Magnet School. It was very disheartening. Students were able to crowd around, chant, fight, 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 uninterrupted, unstopped. The student that accosted my son was able to follow him into the boys' locker room and continue to assault him, punch him, slap him in the back of the head, and threaten him. It wasn't until he requested from the coach to be sent to the school nurse that he got out of harm's way. As an advocate, a parent, as a fellow educator and administrator by trade, I understand the developmental ages and stages of children. So I know that incidents will happen. I know that there will be behavior. But the reason why I felt it important to speak today is because of how it was handled. The bullying and the harassment was handled by the school administration at Rogers Middle Magnet School. Because of time constraints, I cannot go into details, but what I can tell you is they showed little to no care or concern for my child, who later was in fact diagnosed with a concussion at the emergency room from a CAT scan. They showed no follow-through to enforce that consequences take place with the child that assaulted him. And they also showed no respect for keeping their word. My husband and I had to, on several occasions, almost beg and plead for the administration to please enforce the suspension. The child came back before the suspension was up. We were told that the child would be removed from proximity to my child. My child was crying at night, afraid to go to school. He's an honor roll student, currently still is at Rogers, and this was happening. That should not happen. I'm a child advocate. I'm an advocate for my child. What I'm asking is your policy on bullying and harassment be enforced. It's very well written, but it means nothing if the teachers, the administrators, the students, the coaches, the assistants do not implement it. I'm asking for a push. Reiterate it. Train those teachers on it. Make sure it's implemented. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. That ends public comment, and we'll now move on to our consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. The motion passes unanimously. The consent agenda has been approved. I will now call on Superintendent Ayers to highlight our administrative appointments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And board members, we had 3 principal appointments on the consent agenda this evening. And we'll start off, we can get the PowerPoint up there. We have 3. And we're going to start off with the school we just named a few months back, Morgan High School. We have a new principal at Morgan High School. So Brittany Wilhelm, if you could make your way down all the way to the center. Brittany Wilhelm is the new principal at Morgan High School. Congratulations to Brittany. And Well, I saw this, Brittany. I didn't realize all your history here. So Brittany, product of HCPS from kindergarten through graduation, began in 2006 as Student Affairs Secretary at Shields Middle School while she earned her BA from University of South Florida, became a teacher at Shields in 2011, science subject area leader, academic coach, promoted to AP1 at Leonard in 2016, and then APC at Middleton High School in 2020. And of course, you were the principal at Jefferson High School in 2022. You were appointed in that position, and now the new principal at Morgan. Congratulations. You have any family and friends here? I see your husband back there. Congratulations, Brittany. Yeah, flip it back. And Heather, see you over there in that corner. If you could come all the way up front. I know you all recognize both Brittany and Heather. Heather Holloway is our new principal of Plant High School. You all know Heather. Yeah, congratulations, Heather. Heather began her career in Pinellas County in 1997 as an ESE teacher and later as a behavior specialist. 2009, she was appointed as assistant principal in Pinellas. Then in 2010, joined HCPS as an AP assistant principal at Middleton High. 2016, she transitioned to APC at Walker Middle Magnet. And of course, as we know her now, 2018, she was appointed principal at Walker, where she remains today. But now she is the new principal of Plant High School. Congratulations, Heather. And our last principal appointment, Krista Washington. Krista is the new principal at Eisenhower Exceptional. Krista, come on down. So Krista has over 17 years of experience in education, more specifically special education. She served in Virginia for a number of years before relocating to Florida. While in Hillsborough County, she served as an ESE teacher at Lopez Exceptional Center before moving into administration as the assistant principal at East Bay High School. She currently serves as the AP of curriculum for Lavoie Exceptional Center. Congratulations, Krista, the new principal of Eisenhower Exceptional. Congratulations. And Madam Chair, those are our three principal appointments.
Will now, thank you. Congratulations to the appointments. The following items will now be heard. C502, C103, C104, C105, C202, C203, C306, C601, C703, C705, C714, C721, C1102, C1104, and C1105. We'll move on to our first item, 502, naming of the mascot at North Tampa Success Center. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And board members, as you know, all of our mascots, any mascots have to be approved by our school board. We started that a few years back with policy around mascots. We'll have this mascot. We'll also have another mascot, I think, December 17th with the new Morgan High School mascot as well. So this is the naming at the mascot at North Tampa Success Center. So just some history there. North Tampa Success Center has never had a mascot. The school hopes to achieve a sense of school spirit, unified identity, and increased engagement. The lightning was chosen because Florida is the lightning capital of the United States, and the bolt symbolizes the school community's strength, resilience, and creativity. The mascot also acknowledges the Tampa Bay Lightning hockey team. So that is item 502, and if there's any questions, feel free.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve C502. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Combs. First, I pulled the item, so I just want to say congratulations. Under your leadership, just amazing things are happening at North Tampa Success Center. I'm so grateful for your leadership, how you advocate for the school. I'm so excited to see that you guys are going to have a mascot and something to rally against, and I love the Lightning. So just thank you so much for all of your hard work, and I can't wait to see, hopefully, this on a new marquee with the new mascot emblem with the correct name on it. So I'm very excited. Thank you very much. Member Combs?
I also want to say, Dr. Flores, you've just done such an amazing job. Every time I've been there, all the things that you've done, all the things that you've brought, and making sure that those students are successful. And I know we still have a long list of things that we want to work on. And one of the things is hopefully having more certified teachers there, as well as, I don't know if the lunch thing has been, taken care of. Yes. So I just want to thank you for your leadership and everything that you're doing. Those students, are very, very important, and we want to make sure that they're successful and do well in life, and you're giving them all the opportunities as well as the skills to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Flores, you have done an excellent, outstanding job, and what you're doing really is not only working your heart and your head out with those children, because they can be a little bit challenging, but you're giving them an identity with this mascot, and you're thinking outside the box and looking at ways to give them more affinity for where they're at and where they're going to go. And we are just so proud of you and thankful that you're part of our team. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to add, all the years you've always done a great job, Dr. Flores, and I really appreciate all the hard work you put into it. Because when Meacham used to be the center for alternative schools years ago, and then they moved all the students from Meacham over to North Tampa, and now I think it's great to have a mascot. Because you don't want the school center to look like it's just a prison. You want them to feel like it's a school. You want to get that motivation. And I thank you for your hard work that you do each and every day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Seeing no further discussions, please vote when your lights appear. Member Gray? The motion passes unanimously. Woo! Congratulations. We'll now move on to 103, First Amendment to the District Partnership Agreement for College and Career Readiness with the College Board. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This agreement continues the strong partnership between Hillsborough County Public Schools and the College Board that impacts thousands of students annually through its advanced placement course options and college readiness assessments. This agreement is an amendment to College Board College Readiness and Success Contract, originally dated July 1, 2023. This amendment reflects updates to the program and budget schedules for the 24-25 school year. So that is item 103, and Giselle Liniger is here, who leads our extraordinary team in accelerated academic services, and just the work that has happened just in 1 year. And I think, and give the opportunity to talk about, over 1,000 more exams given, an 8% increase in AP pass rate, really incredible in 1 year. Giselle, I wanted to publicly thank you for all your work. Colleen, you leading the work as well, truly remarkable. So this is the amendment to that partnership agreement with College Board. Giselle is here, Colleen as well. Any questions regarding this agreement?
Thank you. Board members, I need a motion and a second to approve item C 103. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Perez. Member Combs pulled this item. Do you have any questions?
I do. I have some questions and I have some comments. First of all, Giselle, you and your entire team, as well as Ms. Fawcett, all of you have just done an amazing job making sure that kids have access, and making sure with the ACE, the IB, the AP classes is just incredible. But, I would be remiss not to recognize some things and some challenges that I feel are happening at the Department of Education and so forth. Just the other day on the U.S. and News and World Report, we found out, Florida is ranked 47th in the nation for the SAT testing, and it actually dropped 18 points to 948. Now, sometimes people will say, in Florida, everyone takes the test, which is amazing, right? In other states, not everyone takes the test. But when you pull the data and you look at that, when there are states that are very high who are also taking SATs, our scores are still really low. And I don't think that has anything to do with effort. It has to do with the number of vacancies and the number of teacher vacancies that we continue to have at the state level. When you look at 47th, it ranks right there with the funding, with this national funding, because we're very low with national placement for funding. So I think it's very important to talk about that And when I think of our students graduating, I just don't want them to compete at the state level. I want to compete for them to compete at the national level, and I want them to compete at the global level. So when you have those scores that are so low, I think it needs to make sure that we pay attention to it. In the meantime, Bright Futures, to get Bright Futures continues to increase. So although our SAT scores continue to decrease, the idea of having to receive that scholarship, that continues to increase every year. And I think we need to talk about that and make sure. We just don't want to continue to, erode or lessen scores, like bringing a classical learning test. We talk about, Florida being the educational freedom and making sure we have all these tests. And why are we introducing more and more testing, classical learning tests? I've never even, we're doing these tests and we're asking kids to have more and more testing, and then we're bringing in SAT, ACT, classical learning, PM1, PM2, PM3, testing these kids so much, but we're still not having the outcome. So I think it's very important that when we talk about SAT, we also look at what's happening and to make sure that we continue to push for funding. So that way, just yesterday I was at a CAC meeting, and one of the parents said, I lost at Plant High School, we lost our AP physics teacher or AP teacher at the beginning of the year, but we were never able to replace that. So it's very, very important that we continue pushing and making sure that as our scores increase, that we're able to compete in a global and as well as in a national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Rendon?
Thank you. I think one of the things that is also interesting is we are very fortunate here in the state of Florida because state of Florida is one of the only states in the entire country that allows every single student in their 11th grade year to take the SAT, as well as taking the PSAT every single year. So because of that, our scores as a global state are going to look different than a state where they only pay to take the SAT if they're going to college. You're going to have a different span of students. So I appreciate the fact that here in the state of Florida, we offer that, especially here in Hillsborough County. We give students the opportunity to not only take the SAT, but the ACT, whatever is necessary. So thank you for being diligent here in Hillsborough County, giving all of our students the opportunities. Also recognizing the fact that every student learns differently, and allowing that to be something that we bring up, and CLT is one of those that gives the students that have a different learning style to be able to show what they know in a different way through that simple test. So that's also very important. I thank you all for that as well. Also, I think Bright Futures is taking into account things that we went through in 2020. As I also recognize in the next year, they're going to be reducing their scores for Bright Futures, looking at that gap of kids that came out of 2020 in middle school and what they experienced through COVID, and having to adjust that based upon where scores are at. So I appreciate the fact that our state does look at that in some sense. But overall for Hillsborough County, I think it's important to know that we provide opportunity to all of our students, and I do appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
I did mention that there are many states that actually test even higher percentages, like Connecticut. They 93% of their 93% of their students are scored, but they are scoring about 100 points more. So what I did was I compared all the states that where all the students are being tested, 90% and higher, and we are at the very, not the bottom, close to the bottom of that. So although we test everyone, which I think, we talked about this, Giselle, several times, I think it's so important that we test all students so that way everyone has an opportunity, but that there are many states that are testing at a higher percentage. We're at 90%, like Connecticut is 93, another state is at 95, but their scores are still higher. So I think it's really important that we keep that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Combs, for pulling this. And just two questions. One of the great things that's going on with this partnership is self-funding. You generate your own funds. Can you embellish that just a tad? Giselle?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. So all of the funding that comes from our students' accelerated course opportunities goes back to the district so that we can continue to provide these testing opportunities. So when the students are sitting for their AP assessments, their ACE assessments, NIB, dual enrollment, all of that funding gets generated, generated funds comes back to the district so that we can continue to provide the opportunities. That could be SAT school day, the ACT opportunities we provide for students, and then starting from last year, the CLT.
And thank you for that.
And we provide it at no cost for the students, so they don't have to pay for it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Lenegard, you've done an amazing job with the expansion of Hispanic bilingual testing. Can you expand on that as well? Because I have my notes here, and it said also that your Hispanic population scores have gone up. Just make sure that I'm reading that correctly.
So I don't have that specifically for the SAT, but we have continued to provide opportunities with the expansion of our ACE courses, our AP courses, as Superintendent Ayers mentioned. We did submit our AP exam order for this school year, and we are up by 1,000 exams. So we submitted about 29,000 exam entries for this May for our students. So that continues to grow as we continue to expand additional course options. We are raising about 7,000 worth of the ACE exams as well for our students.
What's interesting, as a former AP teacher, I think always looking at a student and trying to raise the bar, because to Member Combs' point, if we continue to raise the bar on all minorities, all demographics, then we should have a better rating than 47. And I think that's where your head and your heart is. And that's really where we want to go. We want to make sure that opportunities for the Hispanic population, for all the plethora, French, German, etc., all the nationalities, we've got to make sure, and Superintendent Van Ayers, we definitely don't want to go down. We want to make sure we raise that top tier on all counts. So thank you for your hard work. We do appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Member Gray. Seeing that there are no further discussion, please vote when your lights appear. And the motion passes unanimously. Now we'll go on to 104, renewal of the 3-year agreement with Seven Mindsets Academy, and Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Seven Mindsets curriculum empowers students by fostering essential life skills such as resilience, self-awareness, and responsible decision-making, helping them succeed both academically and socially. Several schools implementing the Seven Mindsets increased one-letter grade, including Shaw Elementary, who went from a school grade of F to a C. So as this is a renewal of our current 3-year agreement, I do have Debbie Pepe, our Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and Julia Sarmiento, Supervisor, Resiliency, Character, and Life Skills Education, are here as well if we have any further questions regarding the renewal of the 3-year agreement with Seven Mindsets Academy.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve C-104. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Perez. Member Rendon, Member Gray, and Member Combs pulled this item. Does anyone want to get in the queue? Member Rendon?
Aye. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Last year I talked about Seven Mindsets, and although I think I like when I go to see the schools, and I think people are very excited about it, but at the end of the day, we have to look globally at all of the programs that we're utilizing within Hillsborough County Schools. At the end of the day, we've got to look at, if we continue doing the same thing, we're going to continue to get the same results. And so we've got to look at all different things from a broad perspective, and we've got to do that. And so last year I asked you guys to bring me back data of where we're at for different things. And so I think it's a little shocking when I saw the data that I'm a little disconcerted about that. So when I look at student skills category, collectively 53 participating Seven Mindset schools saw a decrease in social awareness. 9 of the 7 Mindsets saw an increase in social awareness. Number of suspensions, 53 participating 7 Mindset schools displayed an increase in disciplinary suspensions by an average of 220 incidents. Only 8 of the 7 Mindsets saw fewer disciplinary suspensions. The number of total referrals, 53% participating 7 Mindset schools displayed an increase in disciplinary referrals by an average of 366.4 incidences, where only 8 of them referred an average of declining incidents. So although I see on the surface it's a great program, I think we have to look at what we're spending our money on and what we're getting the results on. And so the data is not showing that this is doing the result that we wanted it to do at the end of the day. It's part of our packet on the data. Yeah. So, I know it's a very popular program. I know, but I think there are things we could do differently to get some better results. And, we have to look at globally at what we're doing, especially from a financial situation. If we're going to, we've got to look at, Member Combs brings up a very valid point that we want highly skilled, certified teachers in every one of our classrooms. We have to pay teachers more. There's not a doubt, and there's not a disagreement amongst this board about paying teachers more. We're going to have to look at every single thing we do in this district and how we spend our money. And if these are the results we're getting from a program, I can't support the program, because we want to be able to bring back, we want to be able to maintain our discipline, we want to reduce our referrals, we want to have more of a, thing. So unfortunately right now I cannot support this program as it stands with the data that's come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rundon. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Ms. Sarmiento. You have done such a wonderful job taking on this. This program has, I would say it gives the student, which we have many, who have the mental health challenges, not only from the recent past hurricanes, but all of the damage that has been done with food insecurity that they have, domestic violence. Our children are riddled with mental health challenges. And I suppose unless you went to the schools and you went to these centers where we outfitted so many of the, 15,000 folks, I suppose people would not know what our children and what our families are going through, but you do know. And so does South County Career Center. And so does, let me see, I can just list I know that you do a lot of schools, and I should be able to list them. But there are so many schools that have, I am a 7 Mindset school. And what happens is you have comments from the public just now, an hour ago, on one end of the spectrum, there's the need for mental health supports. And this was a USF student. Help our students recognize that they do need the supports. Maybe that's the only thing they get. Maybe they don't have an intact family. Maybe they don't have all the goods and, manageable devices that many other students may have. But on the other hand, a good point was made. What about zero tolerance? I've talked to Superintendent Van Ayers. Why don't we put the zero tolerance part in? But in between, we have what is called preventive care, the PBIS, Positive Behavior Incentive System. We have that almost in every school, full fidelity. And I know Stacy Wren is not here. But when we have preventative care, such as 7 Mindsets, we don't have to get into the disproportionality of suspension. We can help these students fit into not only the school environment, but into society. And when you have certain schools, and there are many of them, here they are right in front of me, Morenon, Armwood, King, Leonard, Lato, Riverview, Spoto, Sumner, Simmons, all these schools have adopted this. And I will say, when we get into data, and that's very, very strong point, and the contents that you gave was extremely important, because if you look at the data, the number of suspensions, on page 2, 8 of the 7 Mindset schools show fewer discipline suspensions by an average of 8.5 minus 8.5 incidents. I can go to a 7 Mindset school at any of these schools, and I've been to every one of them, and I will tell you the culture is nothing but positive. Those children are loved, they're forgiven, they're helped, they're nurtured, and they succeed. They succeed when all is against them. So we can either go for zero tolerance and kick the child out, or we can say, hey, let's see if we can intervene, help that child, show them strategies to keep in school, and basically mold that student. And that's where my heart is as well. So I'm looking directly at you, and I know, Deb Pepe, you're on the same train of thought, and I thank you for that. So stay strong. We believe in your program, and you have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs?
I think one of the programs, I'm still getting used to microphone being on this side. One of the programs that you see often in businesses is the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I mean, it's used all the time in businesses. I mean, my husband just had it, just recently he got a project with that. I mean, people are using that constantly. And the 7 Mindsets is very similar to that. I think, you can't look at one piece of data. As someone who is a lifelong teacher and an educator, you can't take one school and say, okay, you had these many suspensions or you had this. There's so many other factors involved. It could be the storm. It could be, poverty. It could be, a teacher. There's so many different factors. I don't think you say, hey, these data points aren't really effective, so let's throw everything out, because it's really, really important. I say this often. A child can have high IQ and just never do well because their EQ's low. You can have high EQ and still do very well in life. So EQ is so much more important. When you see the number of students, the mental health crisis that we're dealing in this country, the mental health crisis that we're dealing every day. I mean, I just think about even today, we had, an incident where kids were worried about things. It's so important to teach that grit, to teach all that mindset, to think about positivity. This is a really important program. And until there's something new or better or that's going to impact students more, then absolutely you have my vote. This is so important to make sure that every school, when you go to the principals and you talk to the teachers and you walk around, you can tell that school has the 7 Mindsets. And when you talk to students and you talk to them about that, they really believe in the program. When we walk out, when we talk about preparing students for life, we want to make sure they also are doing well emotionally as they walk out. And so that's why this program is great. And I want to thank you for all the work that you do and for putting all this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Perez?
So we're talking my wheelhouse. When you have students that are suspended, how do you implement your 7 mindsets with them?
So each school has a different implementation plan, but this is a preventative, and it's like when you think of MTSS, this is tier 1. This is for all kids and for all students. So you move up the tiers. So if this lesson doesn't work for that student, then you try the next thing, and you might try small group. And then if you need to move up the tiers on that again, you go to the one-on-one at that tier 3 level of support, working with like a counselor one-on-one, or even at some of our high schools or middle schools, maybe having the success coach as an option for some of our students that need that extra layer of support to cultivate some of those skills. So it's just we use MTSS through that process.
Okay. Because with the high rate of suspensions in some of these schools, and with this program in these schools, and it's looking like it's not working, okay? The effectiveness. Are the students that are being suspended in 7 Mindsets, or is this a afterthought?
So I think it's just it's like giving a lesson, like having a morning meeting. For at the elementary level, it might be that all students receive it on Monday mornings. Like that lesson starts on a Monday morning, and they reinforce the skill throughout the week. So if a student is being suspended at some of these schools, and if you look at some of the data points there, it's not all there is showing some growth in some of the other schools where it is working for them and it is supporting. I'm not isolating it just to using 7 Mindsets, but we would have to look at what exactly that school is doing, how it's implementing it, and then what are they doing for those students that need the extra layer of support. So it's just every school is different, and it's not a one-size-fits-all, and that's why you give your administrators and your school teams some autonomy to figure out how they want to lead those and be more proactive. But this is just like every student, like a math skill or a science skill, or it's the same thing. We give all of our students the same lesson, but then through the MTSS process, we have to give them that extra layer of support. So it's the same way that we do this. And with the suspensions at elementary, middle, and high, everything can look different. So it's just kind of wanting to zone in on what exactly the school is doing and how we can support them.
So when does the alarm sound when you see that a school does have the 7 mindsets, but they continue to have these suspensions? When do you go in to help them, kind of put that support for them to help them support these students? Because we do have a mental health crisis here. And our students really need these supports in place. So if we have the supports in place, how do we help our teachers and our schools utilize these supports to help our students?
So it's a team effort, right?
Mhm.
Like it's if one student is getting the lesson in one class, then we need to make sure that we're looking at holistically, just like we look at the whole student, the whole child. We want to look at the whole school. What is the plan? What is their level of support as the student we're identifying? And we know they might need that extra layer. Are we bringing in and working with our student services team? Because I think at the end of the day, with anything, with any program, doesn't matter what it is, any curriculum, it's not one size fits all. We know that students need different needs. So I think it's just really looking how we can support them together and looking at our resources. What supports do we have at Tier 2 for our students? What supports do we have for our students at Tier 3? Do they need more one-on-one? Are we noticing that before we, want to suspend a student, are we doing the small groups, the small talks with our students? So it's just looking at each student individually and not saying that this one thing is the reason why it's not working. There are different components to it, but I think that our schools are really doing a good job, and I know they have a lot to handle, and just being able to have a resource to support them at the Tier 1 level and then moving up, I think is just truly speaking to the work that our teachers and our administrators are doing on campuses every day.
Because Stephen Covey, I heard, someone say Stephen Covey is used in and implemented in a lot of workspaces, but it's for employees that are, superseding and doing well. But maybe these students are not doing well, and they're not able to embrace or understand, the 7 mindsets, and need something more fundamental at a, at a base 1 level. And maybe that's why this is happening,
I love that you mentioned that also, that being able to have the support, because I think that's what our state is focusing on. We know that not all students they come packaged with all of these skills. It's a skill that needs to be taught. And especially now in Florida, with building like a stronger resiliency Florida, and really focusing on perseverance, grit, and pushing through difficult situations. I think it's great that we have standards that align to all of that we can focus and look at each individual student and then focus on those skills, because it is important. So I commend not only our district, but our state for seeing the need for it.
Not everybody goes to war in a suit of armor. Some people bring a broomstick, or some people bring a toothpick, because no one understands that they need to come in a full suit of armor. We need to educate our children and, provide that suit of armor from the home. But a lot of our parents are not even equipped for that. So we can't expect them to come to the classroom and understand that they need to be equipped. And that's the issue I'm having, and that's probably why the suspension rate is so high. It's because they don't understand that they need that equipment. So I too am having an issue with this, and I'm speaking from a professional license level.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, every principal that I've spoken to about the 7 mindset, they love it. I think one of the problems we have with the 7 mindset is not being implemented right by people. Because a parent said it earlier, we have great policies and procedures in place, But as as people, we have to implement them in the proper way. And the schools I've been to, the principals and the teachers have really been working hard, because there's no program 100%. You know, there's always flaws, no matter what. But at the end of the day, we cannot, because some schools are not doing well, some are doing well. I don't think it's good to throw it by the wayside. We got to continue to work. Because during my years in Hillsborough County Public Schools, we have made so many changes. If something don't work, we panic, we throw it away. We say, well, no, we can't do that because it's not working. So we have to be patient and continue doing, because I like the 7 mindsets. I do. I've seen a lot of progress. And I've seen some flaws. I mean, you know, I've seen both sides. And I know students are being suspended, but we have to work on it. Like Karen said, the house, it's come from the home too. The parents must have input in it too. So I like it. You got shake, vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Dr. Hahn?
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments tonight. I agree with Mr. Washington. I'm concerned about maybe the fidelity of the use of this. You know, we found this with PBIS when it was first implemented, and we had to, you know, go and do fidelity checks across the district. And so looking at this data, and we only have data from this year on this. We don't have it for other. Is this the only year? I see just this 1 year of data. It's the only year.
For this year, we can get the previous data. With this too, just to remember, and Julia touched on this, is one of the things on the forefront when the state looked at the actual resiliency life skill standards, we had to do a shift based on that state. And so we met with 7 mindsets, knowing that we had already started, this implementation was prior to that shift. So we met with 7 mindsets to ensure that there was full alignment with the state and the state standards and the state verbiage and everything. So that was hours and hours of work. I know that Julia and she put into that, and then we met with them both together to ensure, like, looking at that piece. So there was some shift in verbiage that also had to happen with some of the data pieces in that, but we can certainly get what some of those things were in the past. And then moving forward, I think there's been some really good, and I know some of the conversations we've had, Member Rendon, really good things on moving forward with the evaluation pieces that I know are critical within that, but not only the data piece, the implementation, we have parts and pieces of that piece, given, again, the shift with what the state had. But what we'd like to also do is continue, obviously, with that evaluation thing and get feedback on those pieces of exactly what was mentioned here today. So thank you for that.
I would just, you know, in looking at the expected skills that this program is developing, resiliency, character, life skills, you know, those certainly are things that there needs to be a continuity around that between school and home. So family is a huge piece in this being successful. Are there takeaways, or are students taking things home to implement at home with the parents, or can you talk a little bit about that?
Yep. So we have newsletters that have different skills that they can work on at home. Also, in collaboration with our panorama data, we look at what the students are saying themselves that they can work on, and there also are almost like individualized tips and tricks that you can send home with students if they need to kind of work on that skill at home. Something as simple as, like, we have conflict resolution, right? But then giving them a quick tip of how they can kind of resolve that conflict at home with, like, baby brother or baby sister. So it does have all of those resources for parents. They also have parent nights as well. With our STOP grant, we also have the community events at the end of the year.
That getting a good parent response.
Yeah,
home response?
and for the 3rd year in a row with our STOP grant, we've had participation from all 6 schools and parent involvement as well with that. So we do have that holistically together. But in general, with taking, like, the feedback from, like, implementation and looking all of that, I wholeheartedly take everything that this board says from last year with taking it and wanting to not just do better for our program or for a partnership or any of those pieces, but to take that back and do what's right for our kids.
Sure.
So I appreciate all of the things that we need to look at and the questions that are coming, because it just helps make our work better to thrive and to do what's right for all of our students in our communities, especially the ones that are implementing the programs that we're overseeing. So I just appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you for the work you're doing. Did we chose to use Panorama to measure success? We chose that, not 7 Mindsets, correct?
Yes, that was one of the data points, because we were getting pre and post data.
Yeah.
And that was feedback from some of our principals to use to measure some of these pieces, the teacher-student relationships and
Here's
the
the
peer-to-peer relationships.
Right, but here's the thing, you're measuring suspensions. This is a tier 1, right, intervention. So, I mean, suspensions is, you have to do something outside of tier 1 to get suspended. So you're saying that, so this is where I think the data's muddy, is that you're using something to measure this that really it was not built to intend to do as a tier 1 intervention. So you're saying, oh, suspensions are up. This was never really going to get to suspensions. This is a tier 1.
Suspensions on that.
Right, but I'm just saying that's a big part of this data is suspensions, disciplinary suspensions, referrals. Like, you know, you're right, relationship with teacher, sure, but those other things, the suspensions, the referrals, fighting, bullying, those types of things, this is not going to address that. It's just not. I think you need to find something else to align it with and really think about what impact is this supposed to be making, and then figure out how to measure that. And I know Panorama, right, it's easy, you send it out, you get the quantitative feedback, but it's going to trap you every single time because it's never really going to change those tier 3 behaviors, maybe even tier 2 maybe in some cases. So I think that's where there's a disconnect between some of this data that's making this look ineffective is what you're saying it's going to solve.
No, and I agree with you, but last year we wanted to give the holistic picture with academics, behavior, all of the pieces that the board requested. So we wanted to make sure that you had that component. But yes, I agree with you.
And if you use Panorama, you know, maybe there's only certain questions you use out of it. You don't have to use the suspension and referral data. You have to really think about what tier 1 behaviors are, and is this impacting and improving tier 1 behaviors? Because to show it up against tier 2 and 3 behaviors and say, oh, it's going to make a difference. I'm also uneasy pulling a resource away when we don't have something to substitute in its place, like when you're not bringing us something else to say, hey, this is better. So, you know, I think there's more, you know, to be done around this before we pull it, but I think you need to think about how you're going to measure this. And then if you're really not seeing it impactful, you know, if it's only 7 schools that are like, yay, and then I think you really need to go out and visit these schools that are showing some of these low scores to see if they're implementing it with fidelity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Sarmiento, you're hearing from the board, and I know that you take it very seriously. I'd like to say that the relationship, or I should say the social-emotional relationship of Panorama, 7 Mindsets, and PBIS, it is exactly that. They work together to answer the question, how are we preventing disproportionality? So that it is honed together. Tier 1 behaviors are being taken care of. So that's an actual model. One begets the other. However, just as the same as PBIS, same as Leader in Me, same as those programs that, I'm not going to name all of them, there's other programs, but if it's not done with full fidelity, it breaks apart. So I think the lesson, if I were sitting in your seat, the lesson that I'm hearing from board members also is, can we make sure that whatever principals take on this task to be a 7 Mindset school, that they are doing it with full fidelity. And if they're going to go to another school, they transfer, the same thing that happened with PBIS, that next principal and AP are trained. So that's something else to write in your notes, because these are all very valid points. And obviously we want you to be successful, but bottom line is we want the children to be staying in school and not getting into later tier behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. I agree. I was going to say something similar to Dr. Hom, but probably not as eloquently. But that, I wish there was a magic PBIS that just instantaneously lowered suspensions and referrals, especially in the day and age where we see them on the rise, not only in Hillsborough County, across the state of Florida, across the country, due to post-pandemic and other issues. I wish there was just one magic thing that we could implement, but as of yet, I don't know of one. So while I always love a conversation around data, and I know that you had to attach some to it, I don't think that the data is necessarily reflective of whether or not this is working in our schools. And I agree with Member Gray. I've been to many of my schools that implement this, and not just from the principals, but from the social workers, from the counselors, from the people who are actually managing the mental health from the kids. They love this program. They feel like it's such another resource to put in their toolbox. I'm actually on the other side of things. Like, I know Member Gray mentions that most of our schools are PBIS, but actually I don't think enough of our schools are PBIS. And I feel like as a board, we need to talk about maybe having a policy that, while it may not look like 7 mindsets, but we do more to encourage PBIS in our schools. So I don't disagree that there needs to be more fidelity in probably everything that we're implementing, and a better source of data. From everything that I've seen in the field and on the floor, people love the 7 mindsets. It's a great resource. It's extremely successful. And, sometimes that real world experience with the people doing the work is more of an impact than actually than the data sometimes. So I appreciate this program. I've seen it in action. I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you for bringing it. I still, of course, appreciate all the conversation between board members. There's always other things that we can look at, or ways we want to make sure that we can implement everything with fidelity or provide more supports. And if there's another PBIS, as Dr. Hahn mentioned, that is more effective, we can always look at that and switch to that. It doesn't necessarily have to be this one. But again, out of all the ones that we've implemented, from my experience of going in and having conversations, this is the one that people really respond to and say that it's been a game changer. And even if we're looking at Tier 1 changes, it's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to implement any PBIS in 1 year and expect to see immediate results. We know that. Habits are hard to break. Things are hard to implement. Rules, to change an entire school culture, to be able to do that in 1 year is really challenging. So we have to give grace and time when we're implementing things like this in our schools. So I'm fully in support of this item. Thank you so much for, bringing it back and championing it and making sure that it's accessible to our employees. Member Combs?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say one last comment. Thank you, all the board members, for their comments. And I really agree with Member Hahn. I mean, I don't think the suspension and everything, I think the teacher in me says, let's look at the 7 mindsets, and maybe you do a preview, like a pre-test on what kids think about themselves, and at the end of the year doing a post. And I think that is kind of more valid to see if they have more, from one of the 7, how that improves. I think looking at that, and we should never take anything out without having something in place, because we know right now the biggest challenge that we talk about is absences, suspensions, bad behavior, just all of that. And I know that the schools that use it, they really love that. But so I think like a pre and a post is kind of like more of an internal, probably makes a little bit more sense. But thank you for all your work.
Seeing no further discussions, please vote when your lights come on. And the motion passes with everyone except Member Rendon voting no, every other board member voting yes. And now we're going to switch to the public hearing, because we had a time certain at 5:01. So we're going to pivot to the public hearing on the adoption of new and revised policies. I will now open the public hearing for the new and revised policy adoption process. This is a requirement pursuant to the state law and board policy. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak about the policies that are recommended for adoption by the board and provide input to the board. The policies were advertised and have been available for public review. Mr. Porter, School Board Attorney, will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and school board members. Board members, you'll recall that these were policies that have been fully workshopped and vetted by you. They're being brought forward with the consensus of the board. It is a public hearing. You should ask Madam Chair if anybody wishes to speak at this time, and then you can entertain any board questions, but otherwise they're ready for your adoption.
Does anyone want to speak from the public on the adoption of the new hearing and revised policy? Okay. Seeing that no one has come forward to speak, I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to adopt the policies. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, board members.
We'll now move on to item 105, the 24-25 Student Progression Plan, and Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 105 is our student progression plan. This progression plan is reviewed and revised annually to align with the legislative requirements and the district's vision and mission. So just some of those highlights, some changes to our plan. The requirements for a monitoring plan for students identified with a substantial deficiency in reading and or math. The inclusion of VPK for educational scholarship accounts. The allowance of 1 high school credit for grades 6 to 12 students related career and technical student organizations, activities outside of regular class time, and the addition of the Florida Seal of Fine Arts requirements for our graduating seniors. And again, there were some of the legislative changes that require changes to our progression plan. So our team is here. I've got Christy Rayburn, Karen French, and Sarah Garcia Elementary. They're here. It's a big document, but any questions regarding any changes to the progression plan, we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve C-105. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Perez. Member Combs and I pulled this item. Member Combs, do you have any questions or a comment? Is your mic on?
I got adjusted. Miss Garcia, Miss French, and Miss Rayburn, I mean, you guys are just doing amazing work. Thank you for always meeting with me, answering any questions, and just putting all the work in, making sure that everything is, goes with the law and abides by the law and the structure, and making all those changes. And I know when we had our Zoom, I had one question, and I spoke to Emily Chimino quite a bit about this. My biggest concern, I guess, and I think it's getting better, but as far as probably one of the most important things is early learning. I mean, we talk about that all the time. And our VPK, I mean, we are funded one of the lowest in the nation with $2,900 for VPK. That's quite low. And so it was very exciting for me to see that the legislation was creating the Summer Bridge program, because we know that it's really, really important to capture those kids. So I know that this law was passed in the summer of 2024, really looking at the lowest 10th percentile of kids who didn't test well going in. So that would be 1,800 of our students and 8,000 students from the Early Learning Coalition, right? So the guise is that those students would receive learning this coming summer, and the ratio would be 1 to 12 with a certified teacher. So my biggest concern is, where is this money going to come from, and is it going to be enough? And, and what does that look like? So here we are, December, and I know we're starting to get an idea of that and what that timeline looks like. And my biggest concern is, it's great when we talk about things and implementing things, and this has nothing to do with what you've done. You've just put what they've put into law and created that into our progression plan. But my concern is, when we're funded so low for VPK, and now you're saying you're going to find certified teachers in the summer with 1 to 12, I mean, I just want to know, are you concerned? Are there concerns? What can we do to kind of get ahead of this?
Thank you, Member Combs and the board. Emily Chimino with Early Learning. So, it's definitely, I think the spirit of the legislation is appropriate. Putting our, finest teachers and our resources and our earliest learners, I think, is imperative to ensuring that we have successful third graders and beyond. This legislation, I think, is on the right course. However, there's a lot of unknowns in it. How many students are we talking about? The ratio is tight, 1 to 12 with 100 hours. So there's just a lot of variables that it's difficult to plan for. It's summertime. We don't have a lot of staff working over the summer. So I appreciate you highlighting, basically the information that we don't have right now to make the decisions. I hope for more information to come. But some questions that we just want answered are, what type of instruction will the students be receiving? What is the quality of giving this instruction to the students over the summer so that they can be ready for kindergarten? So I appreciate your advocacy and highlighting early learning and its necessity to have it appropriately funded.
Thank you. And Superintendent, I would love to make sure that we continue to follow up with the legislation. I said, I think this is amazing legislation, but what does that look like? 1 to 12, getting certified, are we going to need 400 teachers? Are we going to need 800 teachers? How many classrooms do we need? While we're planning all of this, this is once again where I feel like laws are being made and there's not a lot of input, and then we're really not following up. But more importantly, that the funding is not there, because we didn't fund in the beginning. And now you're going to create a law and we don't have that very clear, and then we don't know if it's going to be funded, and how do we prepare how many teachers? When are you going to hire these teachers? April, the classrooms. There's so much involved, the curriculum. So that's why I wanted to highlight this. So Superintendent, if you can please, if we can follow up with the Department of Education and make sure that although this is a great idea, what does that really look like? And maybe give us regular updates, because I think it's really important. And as far as all the districts and the superintendents come together to make sure that we're getting a clear picture, because this is so important and we're on the right track, but there needs to be funding tied to that, and it also needs to be clear, and there needs to be a timeline, because this is just putting more and more pressure on the districts, and more where we have to pay for it when we don't even have the money anyway. So I think it's just very important. It just stood out to me when I was looking at that student progression plan, and I appreciate you answering all my questions all these days, and I appreciate all of you for all your hard work and just your leadership, and I thank you for staying so late for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. I also pulled this item. I appreciate Member Combs always kind of looking at it from the level of, what kind of support are we getting on mandates when we're talking about education. For me, I don't have any questions, because as always, your team does a fantastic job of getting in front of this, making sure you give me red line versions. I know exactly what's changing from each one. You guys do a really thorough job in everything that you present, so I appreciate that. My comments really fall more on the line of how accessible is this for our families? It's very confusing now who needs what to graduate and all the different pathways, and especially for, families coming, our immigrant families coming, how are they able to find this? How are they able to follow this? It's on our website, I'm assuming. And then do we send out a link to families, letting them know the progression plan is updated and where to find it? Essentially, I just want to make sure that our families have access to this.
Yes, ma'am. It is on the website. We have had it translated as well, and I love the suggestion of sending out a link to parents so that they know where to find it and aren't searching on the website. So thank you for that idea.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, seeing that there's no further questions or comments, please vote when your lights appear. And the item passes unanimously. We'll now go on to, sorry, I've got to turn the page. Item 205, piggyback books, serial databases, and library resource management. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Books and library management products are purchased district-wide from both the school and district sites through the use of general and grant funds. The state of New York procured the original agreement that the Florida Department of Management Services adopted for use across the state. This agreement provides the maximum discounts available from multiple vendors. So that is the piggyback for library resource management, and we do have John Milburn and Kim DeFusco are here as well. If you have any questions around that, and Corey Murphy is here, anything around the piggyback or that procurement process.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve C202. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon and Member Combs pulled this item. Do either one of you want to get in the queue? That's what I've been told we're doing going forward. Member Rendon.
No, it's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you guys for everything you do to make sure that we have books for our students to read. At the end of the day, books are meant for students to learn, to explore, to get ideas, to create who they want to be, and books are absolutely wonderful. And I want to make sure that I publicly acknowledge and appreciate all that you guys do, all that our media specialists do, and my comments have absolutely nothing to do with that. We want to supply our books in our libraries. We want to give students opportunity and everything else. And I pulled both of these items because I want to make sure that I highlight it, and this is to the superintendent. We have yet to put a system in place in Hillsborough County that gives parents their ability to say a book cannot be checked out by their child. And I think it's important that we have those checks and balances within our system, because I think it is up to the parents to make the decisions on what their children do and do not read. And because of the fact that we as a school district are providing opportunities to minor children, we need to have some kind of system in which they can do that. I don't want to get this into a big discussion about whether books are good or bad for children, because that is not my role. But my role is to make sure we give parents the opportunity to make that decision for their children. And so I pulled both of these. I'm not going to speak on the next one, but it's to make sure that we highlight once again that we as a district do not have any kind of mechanisms for parents to choose whether certain books could be checked out by their student or not. And there are books that have excessive violence or excessive sexuality, and some parents may be okay with that and some parents may not. And so I think it's very important that I highlight the fact that we as a district need to make sure we have some kind of system in place to give those parents the opportunity to make that decision for their child. I think we do a phenomenal job on making sure all of our academic books and anything they are required to do for classes have been brought to the attention of parents via Canvas, that parents have the ability to read the books themselves. They have the ability to know that it's coming up in the curriculum for that year. We've done an excellent job of that, and parents can make the decision if that book is not going to be appropriate for their child, and they can either choose another class or the teachers have been accommodating and choosing other books. But when it comes to our massive library system, we have not done the same fidelity in allowing parents to have the ability to make choices for their children. And so I think it's very important that we acknowledge that now, that we need to take that in consideration. So that's why I pulled this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Combs?
Thank you. I just want to thank both of you for, I pulled these two items for similar reasons. I mean, one of the most important things is interesting. Yesterday, I was at my CAC meeting yesterday with a group of people, and a lot of students, one of the main things they talked about was literacy. It was like, why are people not reading books anymore? Why are kids not reading books? And one of the parents said, like, are kids reading so many novels because they're not reading them? And why are they not reading so much? And one of my responses was because of the testing, because kids are being tested so often that the teachers are feeling the pressure, so they're teaching excerpts of books or parts of books, and meanwhile our SAT scores are so low, and meanwhile we have the most banned books in the whole nation in the state of Florida. So, you know, I think it's really important that, you know, I feel in Hillsborough County, it's like our librarians have master's degree. You know, there are, you know, counties around the area that don't, our librarians aren't certified, or they're not teachers, or they might be assistants. Here in Hillsborough County Public Schools, all of our librarians are master's degree teachers. They go through books. They go make sure that they're taking books out that are inappropriate. Nobody wants an inappropriate book in front of a child. And I think it's really important that we continue to really push literacy, because it is the most important thing. And I said to someone, years ago, you could be good at math and you weren't a great reader and you could still excel. But nowadays, math is so heavy on word problems. So if you don't have the ability for literacy, then you're not even going to do well in math. So I think it's really important that we continue to expand the number of books, the access of books. I think being number one in the nation for banned books is not something we need to, jump up and down about, especially when we're 47th in the nation for SAT. So I think we need to keep pushing literacy. Kids had great ideas, and I told them to put them all together for the CAC. I see Michael Owen, Owen Young, kind of nodding, because the kids had so many great ideas of how to promote literacy, how to promote having kids read, how to promoting competition with students, because kids are not reading. They don't have the stamina to read a long book. And then also we're teaching so much to the test that kids aren't loving books. And then also they're so in tune with phones that a book is not that enjoyable for them. So thank you for increasing the number of books that we have, the number of access, and we need to continue pushing that, because it is so, so important that our kids have access to books and that they're able to read books, and that we just don't get kids who are scared about reading, right? We need to make sure that librarians aren't scared to have kids enter their room, to enter that. So I think it's really important that we continue pushing it, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray?
I hear a lot about literacy, and we should. And the expanding the choice of books that are available to our students is critical, and I thank you for that. I also want to go ahead and mention, equally as important, and some math teachers may say more, numeracy. Exposing our children to the universal language of numbers. Numeracy, I hope that is also on your list of things to purchase, books on making math available, fun, however you want to describe it. And I can, of course, I just talked to some math coaches yesterday. But in my mind, and I'll add this to Member Combs' literacy committee, in my mind, numeracy is also critical. And this is an exploration of the interconnectivity of our global community, has to be based on number familiarity, and not only that, but the love of learning about numbers, algebra, trigonometry, and all of those higher level. I'm throwing that out there since we're on the topic of books. Thank you for everything.
Nope, wrong one. Thank you, Member Gray. I just wanted to get some clarification, because I think I understand what Member Rendon's saying, but I also want to make sure that I have clarity on our policies as they stand right now and our procedures. I think what Member Rendon means is some other kind of system that flags certain books under a certain title. But I want to be clear that right now parents can look, all of our library books that are in every single library are online. Parents can search for any single title that we have. They can see if it's in their child's library at their school, and they can say to the media specialist, my child does not have permission to check this out, and the child does not have access to the book. Am I understanding our procedures and policies correct? Yes. That's a yes. From everyone that I'm asking is giving me a yes. Okay. So while sure, but what I think, and I could be making assumptions, is while that puts a lot of responsibility on parents to be very engaged in searching for certain certain titles, and I understand where she's coming from on the perspective of taking less responsibility on the parent. I want to be clear that isn't accurate, that parents can at any time. They do have the say, they do have the knowledge, and they do have the access to every book their child has access to, and they can, if they put the work into it, make sure and put controls on what their child is able to bring home from the library. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. I just want to clarify that because I don't want a bunch of people emailing me. Not that I've gotten a lot of emails about it, but you never know. Being like, I have no say over what my child wants. And I know Member Rendon has more comments on that. So I just wanted to clarify. Member Rendon?
What I was saying is that there are systems out there where I can go in and I could say, I don't want my child to read that book, and I flag it. So if my child goes to check it out, it's flagged. Right now, the system is, I call the media center specialist. I get what you're saying, but yes, we should have a system where it's flagged. We do the same thing for Canvas, where we have communication back and forth. And I think that is a much more reliable system that no matter who is checking out the books, we have students that check out books. You're not going to have a list of like, Johnny can only read out these books. We should have a system so that somewhere it's flagged somewhere. We don't have that type of system here in Hillsborough County. And believe me, media specialists do phenomenal things in our schools. The fact that the books that we have access to, I am not criticizing any of that. But as a district, we look at all the different things we have. We should have a system where it's flagged, right? I mean, like we go into an electronic student record. There's things that are flagged. Kids can't be picked up. It's things like that we should have something like that as well.
So let me help to understand the process. If I was to call my child's school and say I don't want them to have access for a book, is there a physical list that the librarian keeps? Does that go into a computer system where when the student checks it out with their number, what is the process if a parent has identified books they don't want their child to check out? What does that look like?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. So there are automated ways that the media specialists can use to make notes within the student's account on what that is specifically. It isn't like a printout or something that would physically be visible, because also that is like a student record, right, and so wouldn't be available to just anyone that was sitting at the circulation desk, because that would be private student information that a parent has communicated about a student. But there is the option inside our circulation system that the media specialist can make a note on the student's account specific for that.
Because they have to put in their student number that's all attached to things. That's how we keep track and record of what books come in and come out. So they are notations. It does come up, whether it was a substitute teacher, whether it was someone else in the media. When they go to check out that book, the student's file come up. I've subbed in the library, comes up, and there are notes, and it does highlight whether or not there is a parent request not for the student to have access to that book.
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you so much. Seeing that there are no further comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is 203, Piggyback Books and Educational Material Catalogs Bid. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just, I guess, another follow-up from 202. This 203, books and library management products are purchased district-wide from both the school and district sites through the use of general and grant funds. The school district of Osceola County issued the original solicitation, and it is now available for all districts in the state of Florida. This agreement provides the maximum discounts available from multiple vendors. And Madam Chair, that is 203.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve items 203. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Perez. Again, Member Rendon and Member Combs pulled this item. Member Combs, do you have questions or comments?
I just had a couple more comments. I just want to thank both of you, but also I want to thank our librarians, because I think often people don't realize how much librarians do, like the amount of testing that they do in their library, the amount of tech work that they're doing. I mean, not only are they, when we look at a system, it's like the number of books that are coming in and out, like most librarians are working like countless hours doing that. So I think if there was a system, the system would have to come from the state, because, I mean, how much more time can we spend, right? Because I know librarians are spending countless hours doing so much more than just getting the books in, getting the books out. They're doing all types of literacy. I know they do often, like in high schools, they do a lot of career fairs. There's so much going on that the librarian is such the center part of the schools. I just think we need to continue having innovative ideas. I remember Accelerated Reader, even though it wasn't a great, even though the program was kind of low order thinking as the questions, that kind of competition really pushed kids to read more. So I just want to encourage us to continue thinking of ideas. I know that Member Hahn is very involved with iReady, not iReady, yes, iReady, yeah, Mayan, we're doing Mayan, but there's also something really important about having a tangible book in a child's hands. So I think we need to continue promoting that and looking at that. And also, I just want to say I'm really proud of the process that we've had with books. You know, a lot of the districts around the state have come to us and said, you've had a really good process if you're going to take a book out of the library. And I want to say thank you both for your leadership on that and having such a good process that we continue to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Seeing that there are no more comments or questions, please vote when the lights appear. And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is 306, approve all school improvement. Oh, we didn't vote? Oh, I didn't vote? Sorry. Let's do that again.
You could pull up, Pablo, if you could pull up the light again, so the chair can
I was
vote.
so excited to go to the next one. All right. Seeing that there's no comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. And this time it actually passes unanimously. All right, next item, 306, approve all school improvement plans, school advisory council composition forms, and school improvement waivers for 24-25. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, board members, you're familiar with this. You approve this every single year. These are your school improvement plans and the SAC composition forms and the waivers for 24-25. Hillsborough County School Board Policy 2120 states that the board shall annually approve and require implementation of a school improvement plan for each school in the district. Policy 2120 further provides that each school advisory council, SAC, shall be composed of the principal and an appropriately balanced number of teachers, education support employees, students, parents, and other business and community citizens who are representative of the ethnic, racial, and economic communities served by the school. So that is item 306. Again, this is done annually. And Cheryl Marceau, supervisor of our school improvement office, is also here if you have any questions around the school improvement plans for this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, and Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve item CO6. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. I pulled this item, and honestly, it's just as an information item. In the last few months, I've had a lot of people reach out to me, constituents and parents, just to ask about school improvement plans. They kind of want to look at it. So I just want to make sure we talk about it, let them know that, you know, we have released that the new one for this year is up if people want to go and look at their school improvement plans. Where is it accessible on our website if a parent wanted to go and find this? Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hi, it's available on all schools' websites.
Okay, so you would search your child's individual school, go to their website, and somewhere on the first page it would be their improvement plan.
Our communications department has helped to make it consistent, so when you go on there, they can look, and if they have students at multiple schools, it should be easy to find.
Okay.
And then they can see it there.
And if they had any additional questions, they would just contact the principal?
Yes, that would be the best first place to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. And seeing no further questions or comments, please vote when your light appears. Thank you. And the motion passes unanimously. Next, we have 601 budget amendments for the period of July 1st, 2024, ending October 31st, 2024. Susan Garcia, General Manager of Budget, will highlight this item.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Ayers. The PowerPoint that you see above is for the period ending October 2024. I forgot I'm doing it. Oh, no, it's not on. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, perfect. The first slide is the adopted budget that was adopted by the board of September 5th. We projected to receive $1.8 billion in revenue, and we projected a $1.9 billion in expenditures, which would cause a $111 million deficit for an ending fund balance of $283.9 million. That was the approved budget. The next slide, column A, you can see that it's the adopted budget. Oh God, really? Column A is the adopted budget that we just went through. Column B is the budget for September 30th, 2024. The only change to that budget was an increase of $7.7 million due to a workforce grant that we received. Did not change the projected ending fund balance. The column C is the budget ending October 31st, and that budget did not change from September. So it's still projecting the $283.9 million ending fund balance. Column C here is the ending October that we just looked at on the previous page, and column D shows that there was no activity in the month of October that changed it from the September amendment. Column E is the year-to-date expenditures as of the end of October. In October, we received $373.8 million, but expended $511.4. So that was a deficit of $137 million that would affect our fund balance. Column F, I'm sorry. Column F shows the actual balances left to be spent or to be received. So we have $1.5 billion additional projected revenue to be received and 1.5 projected expenditures. Okay, I know y'all are used to seeing this and probably sick of looking at it, but the actual cash balance as of October was $187 million. You can see that it's the lowest that we normally have in a year, and that is because we have not started to receive our property tax revenues. You can see it starts increasing with December always showing the most revenue, and by the end of June, we project to have $211 million in cash. On this slide, you can see the original budget that was approved September the 5th, and it shows the ending fund balance projected to be $283.9 million. The one next to it is the actual of October. So at the end of October, we had $258.5 million in fund balance. Again, this is kind of low because we haven't received all our property tax revenue. We did start receiving a little bit in November, and this year we're going to receive the majority in December because they extended the dates for the property taxes. Any questions?
Are you concluding your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Washington. Member Gray and I pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? Oh, well, yes, Member Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. My questions are kind of like a good variety. So one of the questions I had came from some of the statements I heard, frustrating statements about why we have a high fund balance and why can't we use that fund balance to pay our teachers the raises.
So the fund balance is non-recurring revenue, and the raises are recurring revenue. The purpose of the fund balance is to have dollars for a rainy day. As you can see, we just had 2 hurricanes back to back. If we were to use the non-recurring fund balance with recurring expenditures, we would run out of fund balance really quickly. So it's not for recurring expenses, and that's what your raises would be.
And on the same cusp of that subject, how will our additional millage, which I think is 6,000 more for teachers and 3,000 more for the employees, how will those sums affect the fund balance? And this is going back into the next year, 2026. Do you have an idea?
It won't affect it because we'll be getting the revenue and expending the revenue in the same year.
And will we have, and I don't know if this is too preempt yet to ask, but will we have an oversight committee that mirrors the same for that we have a referendum right now to make sure those types of questions and others will be answered?
It'll be very transparent. We will have an MOU that's actually coming. So if we can hold this conversation until next board meeting on the 17th, we have the MOU which is coming around the millage and how those monies are to be spent. So we'll have that detailed plan. But we'll have a citizens oversight committee. It is a separate account where those monies go. So we'll be very transparent and clear that the millage money that comes in and it's spent appropriately as we said from the very beginning. So we'll have additional discussion on the 17th because we will have that MOU that'll come forward on how the millage monies will be spent for our employees.
Thank you very much. That's good information. And thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Member Gray. You know, I always like to pull it because I think it's important. I'm sure it would have been pulled anyway, but we have to be transparent in all of our budgeting. I appreciate the work. I know we spent some time talking about the budget during our meeting. I was glad to see there weren't a lot of changes out of our general fund. I had questions additionally about the millage and what that looked like as far as timeline, because I'm getting a lot of questions about that from our employees. So I'm glad this was an opportunity to talk about it, and I look forward to really hearing the details and getting some timelines for our employees on the 17th. Seeing that there's no further discussion, please vote. Oh, no, wait. Did I second an emotion? I did. Okay. Seeing that there's no further discussion, please vote when your lights appear. And the item passes unanimously. We will now move on to 703, approve guaranteed maximum price for the electric bus charging station project at King High School. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the award of the federal grant to provide electric buses to the Operations Department, the Operations Department had to provide charging capabilities for these electric vehicles. Phase 1, previously approved, including reconfiguring the site to create a charging area for 18 buses. Phases 2 and 3 involve the physical construction of the charging facility itself, the ordering of the balance of electrical equipment, and the creation of an additional 93 parking spaces along the west side of the school. These spaces are necessary to replace those that were displaced by the charging facility. This item proposes the necessary work to build an electric charging facility for 18 electric buses on the existing parking lot area of King High School and reconfiguring the school's parking area. And of course, we've talked about that grant. We anticipate 80% of the charging stations to be paid for out of that grant. So that is item 703. Mr. Farkas is here if you have any additional questions regarding these charging stations in this GMP.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve C703. I have a motion by Member Perez. Was that a second by you, Member Rendon? Sure. Okay. Member Rendon and Member Combs pulled this item. Member Combs, you want to speak first? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. So you said that 80% will be paid for by the grant, and the rest will come from, the 20% will come from operations?
Let me clarify. 80% of the charging stations. So there's a little bit different. That's why we wanted to make sure that Superintendent Ayers put it in the description. So at King, we're not just doing the charging stations. This $2.8 million is the charging stations, but it's also, we moved their parking. If you've been to King, that back parking lot is convoluted. There's fencing upon fencing, the driver's ed lot, things like that. We're able to move their driver's ed lot up to Sly and have student parking in the front with the rest of the parking, make it an area. So you're paying for more than just the charging stations. So we anticipate, because we haven't finalized paying for all the buses, that's why it's not an exact figure. We anticipate about $1 to $1.5 million coming back from the grant. The other $1.3 million is what we're doing to improve the site there at King High School. That's a great question.
Okay. And then obviously we went with two different companies. So is that two different batteries or whatever, charging stations, should I say?
We had to have an engineer come in so that the charging stations actually can do both batteries, which is very positive. We also upgraded the charging stations, and that was important because we heard from the board very loud and clear that they wanted data to support which bus was doing it. So the charging stations that we bought and that are being installed, actually, as soon as they charge it tell us how many miles, how much the charge is, how many kilowatts it takes to charge the bus, how many miles the bus went, so we can get not from a piece of paper, but from our actual data of driving in Florida heat with ACs on trips, stopping and going, how many miles we actually get to the charge, so we can come back to the board, because we heard loud and clear from the board, you want to hear specific data on which bus works the best and how much money do we actually save. So we upgraded our chargers. So one charging, they're actually dual chargers. So you'll have one charging station there and the two buses plug into the same one, and it'll track all that data. We'll be able to get back to the board.
Okay, great. As I said, that's probably one of the most important things is really looking. It was funny because I was out of state over Thanksgiving and I saw one of the electric buses it was in front of us and I was like, I wonder how it's doing, right? So really pulling that data and seeing like which one's more effective, which is more cost effective, what that looks like. And when do you think our first electric bus will be on the road?
Great question. So we believe that it's about the second week of January we'll be ready with the charging stations, and the buses about that time too. We haven't gotten a final date from them, from Blue Board or from Thomas when they'll get here, but we think in January they'll be there and be ready to it.
Both, or will
yes,
one be
both.
ahead of them?
We very, I won't answer that one, but we just wanted to make sure that we had charging stations ready when the buses got there. We've heard horror stories from other districts where buses sat there for months while we waited for charging stations, or vice versa. So they should both be there in the month of January. And then our intent was to do quarterly updates to the board, just to give data set of here's what happened this quarter, so you could have it, because we need a couple quarters of. It's going to be great for January, February, March. There's not going to be a lot of air conditioning. But we get into April, May, and June, what's that going to look like? Is it going to affect the miles that they go? So we anticipate giving the board quarterly updates and saying, here's the buses we have, here's the brand, here's what they did, miles, charged, all that kind of stuff too. Because the other thing we want to make sure that we track with the board is, even though they're under warranty, did any of them go out of service? How long did they get out of service? How long did it take them to get it back to us? Are there any other issues that we have on there? Because under warranty is one thing, but when they're under warranty and in the shop, we don't get it back. How quick does that turn around? So we anticipate giving all that to the board as soon as we have it. So I think quarterly is a fair update. The first quarter, maybe, sparse on data because we'll just start it, but we anticipate every 3 months coming back to the board and giving you as much information as we have.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member Combs. You asked a lot of the same questions. But one of the things that I am going to be particular about is the way in which this item has been written up and how we are justifying where the money is going. Everything says right now it's coming out of sales tax. However, in discussions, we know that it's possibly coming out of grant, it's possibly coming out, but it's not in writing. And this is the document that's going to be put in place. So unless this is correct of exactly where the money is going to be coming from, I can't approve it. Not that I don't approve what we're doing. We already agreed to do the electric buses. We absolutely have to have them charged. But we have to make sure that what we're documenting and what we have on record is accountable to the public. And so I need to make sure that this gets approved correctly. So I'm not going to approve it until this item shows where all the money's going and how the money is getting to us, as well as the detail of, like you said, there's different phases. It needs to be more explained in here to make sure we're clear and it's very clear to the public.
And I appreciate you pushing back on that. Just so the other board members know, as Member Wren and I talked about, we will always err on the side of caution. And so we put capital on there as the full cost of that, the sales tax referendum. We will bring back to the board exactly how much we get reimbursed in that part too, but I didn't want to say we were going to get exactly 1.5 because we don't have that. We haven't gotten the final bill from the bus companies for the purchase orders, and we haven't gotten we anticipate, if you look in the actual item, there's contingency, there's other things in here. So that's a maximum spend is $2.8 million. We don't anticipate spending quite that much as we normally do. But it's a fair point in what you're saying. We just wanted to make sure that I never wanted to misrepresent to the board and say exactly how much we're going to get back when we're not sure what that is right now. So that's why that says capital dollars is in sales taxes out there. But we appreciate the conversation.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Perez?
One of the communities that's really excited about this is our Latino community because of the health and wellness of our community. I'm going to say that. So thank you. I know you and I have had numerous conversations about electric buses for, 7 years now? 7 years. So this is a step for me in the right directions for our community. Do you know, with the charging stations, when the buses make their rounds, because I know with the batteries, you can't let them run down all the way before they charge. Do you know what that mileage is before it comes back around, or? Okay.
I know I say it's a good question, but it is. But that's the question we ask too, because we've got to plan routes based on that. We only have the data that the companies have given to us, which is the same data they gave to all you guys as board members. In my staff meetings, I say trust but verify. We trust what they're saying is the truth, but we're going to verify that. So I think we're going to be cautious in our first few rounds of routes and make sure we have an ability to swap out if we need to, because the last thing we want is an electric bus that lost a charge on the side of the road, where we've got to have a diesel bus tow it somewhere else. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. So we'll be cautious on that until we can verify for ourselves, running full air conditioning, how far will it go? So we know what they have on paper, but we want to make sure that we can verify that for y'all and say, they said it went 270. It actually went 290, or it went 240, or however many miles that is. So we'll be cautious. That's why we spent a little bit more money on those charging stations. So it will tell us exactly how much was the charge and how many miles did it go. So I'll come back with real data for you. On
Right, because of the distance of where King High School is, as opposed to where some of those Latino communities are and where that electric buses are required.
And you'll see, as this board knows, we have a second grant that got approved that y'all approved the purchase of. The second grant is going to be in 2 different locations. We'll see that over in Lois. We'll see that in the Lois area as well. So you'll have another item that'll come to you for that charging as well. So that's a little bit more spread out. With the initial grant, we did King because we knew that from a proximity and mileage, we knew that was where the closest routes could be. The next one, we'll have some over by Lois and some by Brandon High School.
Perfect. That's what I was going to ask. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Perez. Dr. Hahn?
Thank you. You're paying for this. I guess we can't do an amendment to this to say that you're going to be reimbursed. Did we ever look into any type of possibility of shared? Is there any opportunity for partnership or shared charging stations that already exist that we could have piggybacked on or, used instead of building our own? Is there anybody else who has a large enough charging station?
So the city and the county, we both had conversations with both of them.
Okay.
They want them to be publicly accessible, and that was our challenge, is they want it to be, if we're going to share the stations, that it's in public so the public can use the stations as well for Teslas, things for electric cars. When we talked about their mechanical fleet.
Is that the same kind of charging station?
It's not, which is where I was going. It's a totally different charging station.
Versus a bus.
Yeah, it might blow up the car.
Yeah.
They do not have the same electric buses that we do. The public transit does use the same one. So long answer to a short question, no, they don't use the same charging stations, so we can't share those facilities with them, even though we've had conversations about using them for our next stage being maintenance vehicles and things like that, but right now they're not compatible.
So their buses are just different than ours. Plus, they wanted it to include probably mixed in public use stations.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, this was what I talked about every time a conversation about electric buses came up. I feel like once again we put the cart before the horse, right? We should have been thinking about shared stations before we went into purchasing. And I understand there's grants involved, but now it's costing almost $3 million to do a charging station with sales tax dollars that's really supposed to be used for school projects and maintenance of schools. And now we're using it on this. And yes, even though this is out of school, we all know that the sales tax money goes toward, deferred maintenance and upgrades to our schools. So I'm really disappointed that that's the money we're using for this, because that's not what we promised the taxpayers on how we were going to use it. It makes me uneasy. I wish we would have looked for maybe a grant to cover more of this cost. I'm sure if there's grants out there to buy the buses, there must be grants out there to build charging stations. So, I kind of am sitting here thinking how many school projects aren't going to get done now because we're spending this money on a charging station for buses that we don't even know if it's going to save us money. I mean, this is an expensive check off a wish list pilot project. So I'm up in the air whether I'm going to support this.
And let me just respond a little bit, if you don't mind, to that part too. The reason we chose sales tax is because part of what we're doing is stuff that would be deferred maintenance for King, meaning that their parking lot was not strong. I'll say that.
That normally wouldn't cost us this much money.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. So what you're saying was not incorrect. I just
Yeah.
part of that money is for things that would be used to A, make the King better and to do some of that deferred maintenance. But the charging station, you're exactly right.
Yeah, I'm not happy that we're using that sales tax money to do. I know we need the charging station, but I don't think it's the right pot of money that it should be coming out of, is my personal opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Farkas, can you remind me, the actual charging station, obviously it's pragmatic, you have to get it charged, but does it include the maintenance facility as well to maintain these buses?
No, there's a warranty on the buses, but the normal wear and tear, brakes and tires, just like on your car, is something that we cover. But there's a warranty on the battery and on the bus. Yes, ma'am.
So there won't be, in other words, if the bus breaks down, where do we send it to?
To the local FTS if it's a Bluebird bus, and to the local Thomas station if it's a Thomas bus. So they fix it under warranty, and that's one of the things that I was kind of alluding to is they'll fix it and they'll pay for it as long as it's not tires or brakes, things like that. But how long will it take them to fix it? That's where we're going to kind of monitor to push it, because if it's out of service, obviously we're going to be using a diesel bus to replace what that electric is. But yes, they'll pay for that work. The same thing we have in a car. I'll double check I didn't have that in front of me, but I want to believe it's a 5-year warranty, but I'll get the board that exact warranty when you purchased it of what that is. But yes, they pay for it.
And if my memory serves me right, the advantage of the Bluebird was the more local maintenance, and the Thomas was the one in Orlando, and it might be reversed.
And that's exactly what we want to share with you, because we want to make sure how long from when we call either company and say, hey, this bus broke down, we need to get it towed, to where it gets bunched when we get it back. And that's what we look forward to bringing back to the board with real data of how quickly, whether it's here in Tampa or in Lakeland, Orlando, how quickly from when we get it to when they get it back to us. And we'll bring that to the board, make sure we share, because it's not going to be the same as diesel. Most of the repair facilities are different for electric than it is for diesel.
I'm sure, and they have to be very well trained. But I want to just commend you and your operations folks for, going outside the envelope, so to speak, even though this has been used in many, many counties, electric buses, but we need to head towards energy conservation, et cetera. So thank you for all the work that's behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Endon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question I forgot to ask earlier, and I forgot to ask even when we were talking about it earlier. Was this approved by the committee?
So yeah, they get the where we spend the money. So yes, it's listed.
Like they got there. I didn't see it in the last meeting of like the list that I didn't know that they voted on approving that.
It is. So there's no vote for approval. The board is the only authority figure. Sorry.
Yeah, I need to step in here because that's a really important legal point. This board is the only one that has the authority to approve spending. That committee looks at it and they can comment about it, but that's really important legal distinction that they don't vote on approval. Only you 7 vote on approval of the spending of the money.
Okay. I had just not seen that as part of what they had, because I don't think I didn't know they had met the last 2 months.
They didn't. So it was on the list. We emailed them because of the storm, and we emailed them. Ms. Davis is very good about making sure we share the information with them. When we miss a meeting, we make sure they have that information so they can send it back to us. But this charging station's been on their list as an expense and a project. I'll find out exactly when it came on there, but I know it's been on there the last 2 to 3 months.
I just didn't remember any comments regarding it or discussions regarding it at all.
There wasn't I don't believe.
I don't believe any. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Endon. I appreciate, all the comments about this. Member Perez actually had some of my questions answers in regards to, is this going to be the only one? And it looks like we're going to expand it and look to another one. I also appreciate the point of talking about just the health benefits of what this looks like to so many different communities. We've spent a lot of time talking about electric buses as a board, but not necessarily the impact that it has, not just health-wise, but environmentally. And if you look across the nation, states are mandating more and more. I mean, I don't know if Florida is going to be one of them, but are mandating that all school districts move towards electric busing. So it really is going to be hopefully the wave of the future. I understand the heartburn around sometimes looking at projects that we're spending our sales tax on and not necessarily agreeing with it. But like when making an ADAM's like a completely green school, right? ADAM K8.
Yes, it's LEED certified. Yes.
And so I'm super excited about that. I'm sure that was an added expense when we built that school, but kind of having that forethought to think about making sure that we have less of a footprint, I think is real, an environmental footprint, I think carbon footprint is really important. So I'm excited about the electric buses. I appreciate Member Perez championing this before we got on the board, and I'm excited to move forward. And I'm really glad that you were able to fix King at the same time of this, because not only is it probably inconvenient for the entire school, it's an eyesore when you drive by it just to begin with. So to be able to see that movement at the same time, I appreciate the forethought into fixing King while we move this. So I appreciate that. Seeing no further comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. Is my button on? And the motion passes with Member Rendon and Dr. Hahn voting against the motion. We are now going to move on to employee comment. Sorry we ran a little bit late with that. I appreciate all of your patience. We will now take employee comment. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it's sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-to-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we are creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for our employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and I will now call our only speaker. Please come up. And you may begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Regina Gambrell, and I was hired at Sulphur Springs K-8 as a parent liaison and a data processor. Today, I introduce myself as the Vice President of Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association. I advocate for a lot, and in this role, I advocate for all educators. But today, I want to express my appreciation to my fellow ESPs. I have walked in their shoes from paraprofessional to clerical and know how hard we work every day on the front lines and behind the scenes and definitely after hours. ESPs are essential. We just want to be seen, heard, and obviously receive a living wage. On National ESP Day, our union was able to celebrate them, and we continue to fight for them. With so much going on beyond all of our control, from the hurricanes to the much-needed Thanksgiving break, our board unfortunately wasn't able to recognize our ESP. So if I may ask, Madam Chair, if I can have everyone in the room to please stand and give our fellow ESPs a round of applause, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We appreciate that, and we love and support our ESPs, so thank you so much. Seeing that there's no further employee comment, we will move on to 705. Approve guaranteed maximum price for the campus to rebuild project at Tinker K-8, and Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is definitely a celebratory item here. I can remember we've been trying to get this Tinker K-8 building redone. I can remember the MOU that, Dr. Hahn, Member Perez, Member Gray, you were on the board at the time when Colonel Snelson and Jeff Aiken signed the MOU back, I think it was 2018, just that we would pick up the other 20% when we eventually got the grant from the DOD. So this has been a long process. I'm going to let Chris kind of outline what this is going to look like in a second. But this has been a long road to get to this point, and it's going to be just a beautiful new building at MacDill Air Force Base. So this 3-year project will be completed during a 3-phase construction schedule that will allow students and staff to utilize existing facilities until each phase is turned over to the school. By completing construction in this approach, portables will not be needed to house students and staff during construction. And as I just mentioned, funding of 80% of this project will be provided by the Department of Defense through the Public Schools on Military Installation as the PSMI grant. The additional 20% will be provided by funds collected through the sales tax referendum. So that is item 705. I know, Mr. Farkas, if you wanted to add anything there on what that might look like with the building, because I know it's been a long road to get to this point and eventually get this grant. We've waited a number of years.
It has, and thank you to the board for support, because it has for the patients working through the Department of Defense and some of the in Washington D.C. has been a challenge because of the hoops we have to jump through. But the end product is where we are today, which is very exciting to be in that part. So the question is, why are you using, back to Dr. Hahn's question, why are we using sales tax? Great question. Because we already had that earmarked for what we were going to spend at Tinker to do a new air conditioning system, do some of the things we were doing at Tinker. So that money we already had set aside, which actually meant that it was really no cost to us, because that was money we were going to put into that school anyway. We are very excited for what that looks like and appreciate now two principles of going through that. We'll be able to build the new building. Kids will be able to watch the construction, and it'll be part of a lesson that they'll get to learn in that K-8 school. And then the new building will be there. We'll be able to move in and have that space, and then we get to take down the old building and rebuild that elementary wing as well. So it's a really neat project. We're very excited to send y'all out to do the groundbreaking. It has, like I said, there are lots of hoops to jump through. We're still doing that. We talked to Tallahassee today to go through some stuff. So between Washington, D.C. and Tallahassee, I want to thank Lauren Otero and her team, because she is the one that is doing a lot of that work and going back and forth. Kim Sukash, who's our liaison with MacDill, has also been a big part of trying to help and make sure we smooth that out. MacDill has people that work on their base that's what they do. They build stuff on there. Having a school do it's a little bit different. So I want to just make sure we thank and know that the challenge that goes along with it. We talk about construction crews and subcontractors that have to get out there and all have to get at base access and get cleared over a 2 to 3 year period, and how that changes is a huge challenge. There's also lots of strings with this grant, positive ones, but Buy American and making sure we follow those. So we're going through that process, and to our accounting team and to the construction team in the district, I just want to thank them for all their hard work. We'll embark on this here in the next about 4 to 6 weeks. We anticipate that. We finally got the invitation, which is what we were waiting for, and to get it funded. And so thank you, Superintendent, for the support for getting that done.
Yeah. And board members, we have our MCE that Dr. Hahn, you sit on. I know it's been you and I we were on the MCE, and now Mr. Murillo is on that with you. But it's a lot of advocacy behind that over the last number of years, and this makes me happy to finally see, to a lot of the talk and conversation we have, we finally get to this end point to have this as an agenda item today. Is very exciting. So thank you, Dr. Hahn, for your help with MCE and push and make us better. Mr. Murillo, you as well for your support. Thank you.
And also real quick, it's also a net zero building, as you see on that part of it too. So this is also another example of reducing our carbon footprint.
Thank you, Mr. Farkas. I need a motion and a second to approve item C705. I have a motion by Member Gray, a second by Member Combs. Member Gray pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only comment I have, and this is very, very positive, is that 80% was paid for by a federal grant. Was it the DODEA grant?
Yeah, it was, and they've ceased having that now. We're the last award for that grant. They've ceased that program, so we're the end of it. So
we're at the end.
Yeah, very lucky that we were able to get it. Yes, DODEA, Department of Defense grant.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, thank you for your commitment towards this finalization of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs? No, that was just from the thing. Okay, thank you. Dr. Hahn?
Thank you, Chair Vaughn. It's very exciting indeed, because watching this all play out, being a part of those conversations, presenting in front of the group that came from DC, I've learned a lot about construction and how the government works, but they were just so lovely, and they were also just so excited about investing in our students and our families. I love the Buy American motto, so I think that's a great thing. And, I just want to thank General Chip Deal and for all of his support from day one here in DC, just getting this across the finish line. He is a constant advocate for military families in our community, and I can't thank him enough. All of his time comes out of just, it's just what he's retired. This is what he does. He stays very engaged at MacDill and in our community. And so I can't thank him enough. Congresswoman Castor as well. She's really pushed this from day one up in DC, advocating for us to be on the list, to, you know, move up on the list. You know, couldn't have done it without her support as well. And Mr. Farkas and Superintendent Ayers, you both have been involved in this since day one as well. Mr. Murillo has come on board, Kim Suchek. I mean, it's just been a real big team effort, both in Hillsborough County Public Schools and with outside support. So it's going to be fun to watch the school go up. It is 100%, where Adem, I think, is just a lead school. This is a true, like, zero footprint. And we can, you know, we would never be able to afford to build a school like this, the amount of money it costs to build a zero footprint school. But because they're paying 80%, and it's something that they wanted and insisted on, it'll be a great opportunity to collect some data and see where we're saving money. But no, but it will be exciting, and, you know, lots of cool things I'm sure that the teachers can use in that school to, you know, help teach about zero footprint and you know, being environmentally responsible and all those wonderful things. So I'm excited. Thank you all so much for allowing me to be involved in this as much as I have been. It's a great honor.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. Member Rendon?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hahn and Superintendent Ayers and Mr. Farkas for, you know, leading the charge on this. And I'm going to just talk a little bit about what our military families mean to Hillsborough County. At the end of the day, we have 6 branches of service coming out of MacDill Air Force Base, and to be able to have a school that really supports what they do and what their families do and the sacrifices they make for us every single day is just beyond important to this country and to our county. And so I think it's a huge testament to our board member, Member Hahn, and Mr. Farkas and our superintendent that we have prioritized such a treasure that we have here at MacDill Air Force Base, and the families that support not only our community but our country as a whole. There are so many things that happen out of MacDill Air Force Base for the safety and security of our nation, and to be able to do just a little part to educate their kids is just an honor for us as a school district. So thank you to all of you that have championed this from the beginning, and it is an honor for this board to do what we're doing for our military families. Thank you.
Very exciting. Thank you. Now we will move on to, sorry, just kidding. Just kidding. It's first time. Now, with no further comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. It's a long agenda. And the item passes unanimously. Thank you again. We'll now move on to item 714, approved 24-25 financial district educational facility plans, and Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Florida statute requires each school district to submit to the Florida Department of Education an annual 5-year work plan that includes a schedule of all major repairs, renovations, newly planned construction projects, class size information, and the use of portable classrooms in the school district. Board members, you remember back in July, every year you approve a tentative plan in July. This then comes back to you after district staff gets a review of the tentative plan per the interlocal agreements with local governments, which is Hillsborough County, Planning Commission, cities of Tampa, Plant City, Temple Terrace. Once we get all those comment backs, it comes back as the final plan to you. You're familiar with this. This comes annually to you as a tentative and now the final, and that is 714.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item 714. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Gray. Member Gray and Member Combs and I all pulled this item. So does anyone want to get in the queue? Member Gray.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say also, with this 5-year plan, I'm recognizing and commending, as we all do, the referendum, the Oversight Committee, for doing one heck of a job. Delayed maintenance doesn't seem to ever stop. We'll have it for the rest of our time. I think the question may be cleared up, Mr. Farkas, if we also include that the referendum monies not only go for delayed maintenance but new construction. Would you like to expand on that?
That is allowed, as Mr. Porter had clarified to the committee and to this committee that it is new construction is allowed. And as Mr. Porter also stated, you guys are the only ones that approve where the funding goes to. So if it's brought to the board, it can be used for that, for new construction. And again, this ends in 2028, that half-penny sales tax. So we'll talk about what that looks like going forward as well.
I also, and I'm going to skip back to that, I also want to say that the year that we've been going through and year previous, every year there's always a significant increase because of labor increases, and perhaps there was still a workforce shortage that's almost insurmountable, or are we filling the void of keeping up with our delayed maintenance?
So it is, we've gotten, the workforce has started to come back. There's still an issue of lead time on items. Certain items, switch gear for electric, things like that are randomly a year wait and a year out on lead times. So we still have issues with construction. What we found is for the last 4 years, construction costs have gone up exponentially. Every month, every quarter, we saw them go up. It started to plateau out. We still have some things that are going up, but it is actually plateaued so we can budget. Our biggest challenge the last 4 to 5 years has been the costs were going up so quickly and people were still building, and we still have these promises to our community. So it's been a huge challenge to do that, but we have hopefully plateaued out and gone there. And again, sales tax went up as well, just not quite as much as the cost of construction went up.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty significant, the barriers and the challenges we've had to go through to keep up with all the new building and the delayed maintenance. But I want to talk about the rebuild, Superintendent Van Ares and Mr. Farkas. When we have rebuilds or new construction, there's been questions around that, the rationale, and I'm not going to get into Just or Stewart or Tinker and all the other rebuilds that we have planned, but there are questions from the community. There are questions from our board members. There are questions from elected officials. All this is to say, and I wrote this in an email to you, I make a recommendation, Superintendent Van Ares, to definitely have a part of our communication team to have a liaison to communicate to the nearest, the communities it affects. Plant City Career Center is a good example. We need the communities to know and to hear, not just from here, the board, but before that. And I think if we have that type of better communication, more effective, then a lot of this question marks that have surrounded or could surround future projects will be eliminated. That is my suggestion. We can talk about that privately, but I did put it in your email because I think this is now the time. We are going to get into rebuilds, possibly, and it's in your 5-year plan, and we are going to get into some new construction. So that's what I want to say from everything. And I also appreciate the full transparency that we have among our, not only the Planning Commission, but the local governments, the agencies, the BOCC, the Temple Terrace mayor, the Plant City mayor. You know, that's so critical because we want them to be, definitely with us, beyond the same wavelength and help us partner with all this. You've got a lot of work to do in your operations, and it's getting to be more and more challenging. I'm using the word challenging. The workforce is not keeping up with all the new construction. We just can't. I mean, Tampa is growing like crazy, and so is St. Pete by the Bayfront. I mean, the Tampa Bay region is growing. So all that is to say, that's one of my recommendations, just from being a district-wide board member, hearing these communities speak. So that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Farkas.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for all the hard work and the effort that you put forward, you and the operations team with this. And I really, think it's really important in an area in the Northwest Tampa when you see so much growth at Alonzo and Steinbrenner. I mean, those schools are like really bursting at the seams. I mean, it's really tough. There's just not even enough space for those students, and they continue to grow because people are moving in that area. I guess one of my questions is, with the CIT that barely passed, and going from 25% to 5%, I worry, like, where's all, because I look at South County, and I worry about the growth in South County and how do we keep up with it. And one last comment to let you comment on that. I think the hurricanes and the shelters, for me at least personally, being out in the shelters, I thought to myself, as we continue to grow as a community in Hillsborough County, and as we continue to grow in South County, what happens when there's a hurricane and there's not enough buildings or enough shelters in South County, and what does that look like when we've gone from 25 to 5%? And how is that going to impact us?
Drastically, but it's not just the CIT. It's also just the impact fees keeping up. And there's a variety of funding sources that we have that are not keeping up with new construction costs. We've had lots of conversations. Ms. Rendon has hammered it home on a few different occasions as well about what are we going to do. And I talked to Superintendent just in the last week and over the break, bothering him, that we need to have a sit down. We're going to do a one-on-one, and then we'll do a workshop on it, because we're at a place now where we need to talk about what the next funding string looks like. Because while Steinbrenner and Alonzo are on here and they're both needed, so is Strawberry Crest and Plant City High School, and other ones that are out there too. So Strawberry Crest and Plant City need relief right now as well. So we will be approaching the board with what are our options. What are the smart options with our debt council and with the new CFO to get together and talk about, because you need to make informed decisions. We're going to have to make some tough decisions on, what we're going to do for builds going forward, because we need to start now aggressively, because the growth that's happening in Plant City and South County right now, especially in Plant City, is just impressive. And they've said that they thought it was going to go pretty quick, and it's going quicker than they thought it was. And the homes are being bought in north of I-4. For those of us that have been in Tampa for a while, if you look at what North I-4 was, 10 to 15 years ago compared to what it is now and what it's going to be 10 years from now, it is amazing. The farms that are out there now compared to just one new neighborhood after another. So long answer to your short question is, we look forward to having one-on-ones with board members in a workshop in the very near future to talk about what are our funding options for building new schools. We have funded the middle school VV, but what about the other elementary school in front of Morgan High School? What about Plant City High School? What about a Plant City Middle School? Those are all legitimate needs that there's not funding for right now in our forecast. That's why it's not on the 5-year plan. So we're going to have to talk about that and have some difficult conversations that, again, make informed decisions, because we got to serve our community, and the kids are coming. That's a great thing, but we're going to have to have some of those conversations. And so we look forward to presenting that to all the board and talking. Again, we'll do one-on-ones, then we'll do a workshop after that, if that's what the board's will is.
Yeah, and I think just working as not just ourselves isolated, working with our entire community, with the mayor, with, the BOCC, and looking at all these challenges, because people are going to buy a home out there and they're going to expect to have a school, and if there's not a school, what's going to happen then, and how is that going to impact, especially, with all the developers as well getting in that. And I think sharing that information, that knowledge with the community, that, hey, you're buying out there, but you might not have a school for your child to go to, is very important, because I think whatever pressure we need to put in, whoever we need to put that pressure in, because where's the money going to come from? It's not going to come from the sky, right? And so we just have to look at the long-term plan. I agree. We need to have one-on-ones. We probably need to have numerous workshops on this, and then have not just like a 5-year plan, probably a 5-year and a 10-year plan as well. Because when we look at that growth, because there are areas in Tampa that are shrinking, right? And so we need to kind of look at that as well.
And you guys have already approved the long-range planning study, which will be here in the next couple of months. They're in the middle of that part two. That'll help us, guide us on that. But we'll talk about options to your point of what our options are to go forward from a funding standpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if we had to look and we had to really address this, part of our problem that we looked at a 5-year plan, and we really need to look at where we're at 10 years, because even within this 5 years, we're short. Right? And we've got Plant City High School at 110%. We've got Strawberry Crest High School at 110, 115%. We've got elementary schools that are well over 110, 115%. You've got some even out in Member Combs area that are starting to get overcrowded because of our immigrant population that are coming in, that are having different needs, as well as other people in some of the builds in the north area of the county. So our county is changing and shifting. We've got over 80,000 homes still ready to build in the Waimama area. Although the Waimama CDC is asking for a moratorium, it doesn't seem to be coming through. We've got roads that are needing to be adjusted out there. We've got over 6,000 homes in Plant City above overall our capacities of our schools and we don't even have a build on the docket for 5 years. Our schools cannot sustain them, and it is an emergency. It is a critical thing. So I think we have to get creative. I think we have to look at things. I think that, we've got certain priorities, right? We've got to have schools, we've got to have teachers, and we've got to have curriculum that teaches that. And then we've got to get creative in what we're going to look to our partners in our community to what they're going to support. We want to be a whole program, but we have to focus on what we have to do as an education system. And we've got to focus that. We've got to make sure our schools, our students, and our teachers have got to be the priority to move forward. And then we've got to give them the resources and other supports needed to do that. But I look at this 5-year plan and I'm not happy with it. I don't have an elementary school for Waimama, which I know I'm well overdue for. I don't have an elementary, a middle, or a high school for Plant City. I know I've got property out there. Listen, I'm out there 24 hours after hurricane checking out flooding, and thank goodness we're the only property on Charlie Taylor Road that had no water. So I'm taking it at the end of the day. I mean, it was the highest point out there. So there's some things that are good, but there are some things that are not. And we have got to do better. And I hope that this is something we're working out. We know we're working with our government, how we now have a liaison with being able to work for local affairs. That's going to be something we've got to build that relationship with our county commission better and start working and having get these conversations so they understand that they're not going to get families buying homes if we can't have a school for them to go to. And if they want to build their businesses and build this business in this community, we've got to do that. And so we've got to do a better job of becoming better partners so that we build better partnerships. And so we've got to make sure we're doing a priority with that. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that I'm not happy not seeing any Plant City homes, and schools, and I'm not seeing any elementary school for Waimama. It is, these are 5 years is too late. They're built, the houses are under construction right now. And we have overcrowded schools. And as we've learned in the last year, overcrowded schools do not support students and do not support our teachers. So we've got to do better by our students and our teachers. And so we've got to come up with some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Undin. I pulled this because for transparency, I have a lot of people from the community asking what our facility plans look like, trying to see if their school is going to be on the improvement plan. I agree with Member Rendon. I appreciate the Steinbrenner addition. I know how important that is, but there are many schools in my district that are not anywhere on this plan that need upgrades or overcapacity or that we have issues with. So I agree with my fellow board members that, we just don't have enough. And I understand the confines, right? We've been talking about our finances and sources of revenue. I guess what I don't understand is why are our impact fees not paying for this? Why are we still in a deficit? That's the entire concept behind our impact fees. I know Member Gray worked very hard with our county commission a few years ago to raise that, but are they still not high enough? Is that where we're struggling? Is it the process that they're paying them now for seats later? Help me understand why the concept of impact fees aren't sustaining our school growth.
So Mr. Porter's going to jump in and say the county commission is the only person responsible for raising the impact fee. So that's the first part, is that's fully a county commission function. As part of your foresight as 7 smart board members, part of your long-range planning study is also do an impact fee study. So you're going to get an outside entity that's going to come in and talk about it. So to answer your question, no, impact fees have not kept up with the cost of construction, and growth doesn't pay for itself. And so that is very simple. It's $8,000 per home does not equal when you have a $176 million high school.
And so why I hear Member Rendon, saying that the solution to that is making sure we're building relationships with the county commission so that they understand, the importance of the impact fees. Does the need to support our public school growth not speak for itself? Is there something else that we need to do to build a relationship to and highlight the importance of making sure we have schools for our students?
If I could jump in, because I was going to. I think it's important that Mr. Farkas referenced the study, and in the past when impact fees have been raised, it's been based on a study that the county commission could rely on. So we need to demonstrate to them through data and a study that it's not paying for itself. And then I think it goes to relationships, but until we have the study that shows here's what schools cost, here's what impact fees are providing, and there's a gap there, we're not going to get anywhere.
That's helpful.
And it's not a new thing. If you look on the 5-year on plan, page 2, it talks about CFP for debt service. That we're coming to the end of our 30-year borrow that we had in the 90s. In the middle of the 90s, we were building 8 to 10 schools a year, and they were in the exact same situation we're in right now. Growth was happening. We didn't have enough money to pay for new schools, and we have to talk about, do we want to take on debt? Do we want to do, there's a lot of options. We look forward to sitting down with you one-on-one and saying, here are the options, because at the end of the day, the 7 of you will make that decision. But to as we've heard numerous times, it's something we need to do quickly to talk about what that path is going forward, because it takes a while to build a school. So it is important to do.
And what I would suggest also, in the past, through the history of Hillsborough County and the school board relationships, when impact fees have been raised, it's been most successful when we partner with the builders and the realtors and the county commission and go forward together with the information of why it's going to benefit everyone if we do this. And so that's got to be an important part of the strategy as you go forward once we have the study, to really partner with the developers, because they're the ones that are going to pay it, and they'll be the biggest people who oppose it if they're not on our team and we don't empower them to understand why it's needed.
All right. I appreciate all that discussion. Superintendent Ayers?
Yeah, and I was just going to follow up from Mr. Farkas. I would like to work, board members, with the chair on a workshop date. So if this is an opportunity, I need direction here on which way we're going to go, because as Mr. Farkas has mentioned, there are different opportunities available to get this accelerated to build some of these schools, and just to talk through all of that and what that might look like. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to work with you on a date and get to the board so we can have this January, February, and Mr. Farkas will work with you around a date when your team's ready to do that, so we can present to the board and just really you guys provide us, the board provide direction to me on which direction to go.
Okay, and I'm hearing it's a priority from my fellow board members, so I'm sure it's something we can get on the calendar pretty quickly.
Thank you.
With no further questions or comments, please vote when your lights appear. And the item passes unanimously. Now we go on to 721, addendum for agreement, insurance administration services from Broadspire Services, Inc. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Broadspire has been providing insurance administration services regarding workers' compensation, auto, and general liability for safety and risk management since 2013. Broadspire has claim adjusters assigned only to Hillsborough County Public School claims. This company provides medical billing, auditing, proactive return to work programs, and litigation management. Broadspire also offers web-based reporting for claims, which are available 24 hours a day. Broadspire can assess each claim individually and provide the appropriate level of care while proactively mitigating issues that delay claim closure. So that is item 721 with Broadspire. And again, Mr. Farkas has more information if you have any questions regarding Broadspire.
Thank you, Superintendent. I need a motion and a second to approve C721. I have a motion by Member Perez and a second by Member Gray. Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that bothers me about this item is that we have not gone off to an RFP since 2013. As many of us in this audience and the public know, insurance costs have gone up. They've continuously gone up. But we are all shopping around for everything, whether it's our homeowners insurance, our car insurance, liability insurance, personal and property, property and casual, all insurance have gone up, yet we have not gone after an RFP to look at any of this insurance at all since 2013. I get that we have confidence and faith in the company we're working with, but I think we would be remiss by not doing that. And the fact that we haven't gone after that and have looked at other alternatives and looked at these contracts, I can't support that unless we do our due diligence every single time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Seeing that there are no further comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. Member Gray, Dr. Hahn. And the motion passes with everyone voting yes except for Member Rendon and Dr. Hahn. We now move on to item 1102, approve the 2025 HCPS state and federal legislative platforms. Kristen Davis, Assistant Superintendent of Government Affairs, will highlight this item.
Good evening. Thank you. So before you, with this agenda item, there are 4 attachments. It's your 2025 state platform, the state session timeline, the 2025 federal platform, and the accompanying timeline for the first 119th Congress, first session. So I want to just take a quick moment to kind of remind you and also share with our community and those watching all that you have gone into to prepare for these documents. Session last year, the 2024 session ended in March. Many bills were signed up until July. In August, you started drafting your priorities. Many of you went out to your constituents. You brought ideas from schools. We did one-on-one meetings with each of you and our lobbyists. From there, we put together a draft platform of suggestions. We came back to you, you reviewed them, you made edits. Then we brought it forward to you to rank, and we did the choice ranking, which has worked well for the past few years. And from there, we've developed the platform that's before you. And that mostly was for the state process. The federal, this is kind of really our first robust year with Gray Robinson that we're looking forward to. So shouldn't be any surprises on here. We tried to take all of your input from both the state and federal meetings with our lobbyists and put this together. And now really it's time to get to work. Once these are approved, we'll make the pretty versions that we always do, working with the communications team that'll be for the external distribution and our lobbyists, and they're waiting. So that's a quick summary.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve C 1102. I have a motion by Member Rendon, a second by Member Perez. Member Gray and I pulled this item. Member Gray, do you have questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I took apart the academic excellence part of the 2025 state legislative platform. And by the way, Kristen Davis, you've done a wonderful job getting the process done, getting us with the lobbyists and the board members and all of the integral work. So I thank you for that. I had a little thought that I wanted to share with the board members and in public and with you about civics education. And the reason I'm saying that about the mention of increasing civic government education is because when we go around to different constituents, and especially during the election process, and there's so many remarks made that students don't even know, that they can vote or when to vote or where to vote, and, they don't understand civic responsibility, civic duty. There's just a lot of questions about how the government works, and this goes on and on. It may be that because I have been a government teacher for 30-something years in elementary, middle, and high school, perhaps I'm more sensitive, but I do believe there is a huge need, I'm speaking to board members right now, that we need to increase civic education to the point where, and Colleen Fawcett, thank you for sending me many attachments. You had said that, of course, I know we have civics education, 7th grade. I used to teach it when it was 9th grade, but we have U.S. government also that is mandatory in high school. And what grade is that? And is it for a half semester or a full semester?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. U.S. government is a semester course. It's a graduation requirement.
Okay, now then this is going to be the ask. The consideration I'm just floating because I think it's very important that we pay attention to the United States of America, how it works, and all the other government functions, especially as we're changing administrations, and there will be a lot of changes thereof. A lot of our students are not aware of civic education, of government functionality. And I think it's very, very seriously a shame. And in response, from your end, you're saying we're doing this, that, and the other, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate it's blended in the elementary and it's blended into some parts of the middle school education, and I have the curriculum at home. But what happens when we have test scores, and this is what I need to see, do we have state assessment test scores that will reveal that our children, our students, have, I'm sorry, do we have a TV show going? I'm sorry?
We're having a technical difficulty over there. Nothing.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Let's just delete whatever we're hearing. Yeah. So do we have access, and can you do this? Show in the scores. I would like to hope that we are increasing the learning curve. But if we're not, then that's another, that's part of that ask, that we increase civic education, government education, high school and civic blended in, perhaps even in the elementary. So can we get a hold of that, Ms. Fawcett?
Absolutely, and I know that I reached out to Maria this morning to make sure that we get that scheduled at as your calendar will allow that, so that the social studies supervisors can meet, answer any questions that you may have, talk about intended, unintended consequences of some of our decisions, but certainly look at our data. Our civics data, it does look very good, certainly compared to the state, and I asked our assessment division today, based on our communication, to look at our U.S. government assessments and also our U.S. history end of course exam to be able to provide you that information.
Yeah, hold on to that thought. If we can be reminded that Member Combs said that our SATs were 47th in the nation, so somehow that's not congruent that we are raising the bar when still our scores are low. I mean, that's not to argue with you at all, but there's something not, it doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, let's go ahead and take it apart. I want to see that, and perhaps that will thank you, Kristen, for being so patient. That will give me comfort that we are getting civic education, full fidelity into our students' brains. And I think that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And one of the questions I did have is, now that there is, we've had some changes through the election process, and there's discussions of several changes, whether it's federal or state. If some of those changes occur, could we bring the platform back to the board if there are things that come up that may change our platform, especially on the federal level? There's a lot of rumors and innuendos, and we don't know which way things may or may not go, or decisions that are made, especially with some of our funding, whether it's, some of our Title IX funding, some of our immigration funding. So is this flexible that we could bring a new platform back if something changes and our priorities may be different?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I want to make sure that that's important.
And we could always look at that in different ways, whether it's through the platform, it's through other letters, letter of support, letter of non-support. We could absolutely do as many different avenues as we need to.
Right. I mean, I think from the federal level right now is a little bit different than the state level, where some changes really could be made that we are not aware of or we're expecting today. And so I think it's important to be a little flexible on that. Otherwise, working with 7 of us cohesively to come up with one document is not an easy task. So I do appreciate the fact that you were able to truly bring to light the priorities of this board. And I don't think there's a member of this board that doesn't prioritize student education as a priority, and our teachers. And I think this platform reflects student education and teachers. And so I do appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you, Member Rendon. That was a great question. I hadn't really thought about it from that, but as far as it kind of being living, and I understand there are timelines and committee weeks, but if something moved and there is a change, I appreciate that question, knowing that, we can kind of be flexible with it just to reflect all, anything that passes or changes before we have an opportunity to kind of really advocate for our platform. I agree, like the amount of work it takes and how much attention to detail you put into it, and how much you want to make sure you capture everybody's view and make sure that their perspective is in there. Member Rendon's not wrong with 7 very opinionated, strong-willed people who all want to represent their constituency. Coming up with one document to kind of highlight all of that is a challenge, and I appreciate that. I think it's important to pull this because I think that so many people don't realize that part of being a school board member, and what you've made sure that we focus on, is talking about everything holistically and being being in Tallahassee and having access to, the people who are making decisions and bringing the perspective from our county to them and talking about individual situations and having that access. A lot of people, think that we make decisions here and it stops and don't realize the work that you put into it and the work that we all put in when we go to Tallahassee and try to build these relationships and have the conversation. So I really wanted to highlight this platform to show the work, to show the commitment that we have, but also to let people know what we're prioritizing on a state level in case there are people who from our constituency or people who want to give more feedback to here's what I would like you to advocate for when you go to Tallahassee, since sometimes we're the only voice to be able to, give feedback from our community. So I just wanted to say thank you and highlight this item. And with no more, yep. Member Washington?
Yeah, I just want to say, Christian, all your hard work you have done over the years since I've been on the board, we have been very transparent with the things that we want from the state, and that's because of you, because you give us the things and explain everything that we need to do, and I really thank you for that. You're the voice of the people here.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Okay, with no further questions or comments, please vote when your light appears. And the item passes unanimously. Now on to 1104, agreement for technical services, MGT Impact Solutions, LLC. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And board members, this 1104 and 1105, we'll probably have conversation, go back and forth. We'll start with 1104. As we can remember, we've had a lot of conversation in regards to our student information system and the implementation of our new Synergy system that was implemented this school year and some of the difficulties behind that implementation. So at that October 1st board meeting, MGT provided a review of the status of our SIS implementation. Prior to the storm, my plan was to bring this agenda item forward for necessary support and recommendations regarding our timely next steps. Since the implementation of Synergy, we have experienced numerous shifts, unsuccessful system customizations, lack of prioritization tracking for ticket issues, and additional challenges in accurate system reporting. The district does not have a dedicated project management department, and internal resources are overloaded with daily job requirements. All key deliverables in this scope of work will be fulfilled to include stabilizing the current state with weekly communications and remediation plans for data and training near-term issues, training PMO and process support for current and new system, vendor management to include current and future vendors, and the new student information system procurement, which is that next agenda item. MGT's Project Management Office will provide support with communications management, risk management, change management, vendor management, and more to ensure this project's success. They will also provide knowledge and skills transfer to build district capacity to carry out these functions for future projects. MGT staff have been working with EduPoint and district personnel for the past 6 weeks, as we cannot lose critical time for that required FTE reporting benchmarks that was spoken about at that October 1st board meeting. Board members, you tasked me with making necessary adjustments, and this item along with the next one are critical to our success and data reporting. I want to thank all the project functional leads and our site-based personnel who have been instrumental as we work to improve our process. So, Madam Chair, that is 1104. That is the agreement for technical service with MGT, which would include our current student information system with EduPoint Synergy, and then also the next agenda item that's listed. So that is 1104. We'll start with that and take any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve item C1104. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon, Member Gray, Member Combs, and I all pulled this item. Member Gray, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few comments and one request. First, let me understand, and I want to get the right vocabulary word. We have Synergy, and we're going to converge. In other words, there'll be a conversion to the MGT.
No, MGT will be the project management office that will help us with the implementation of our new student information system, which is the next agenda item, and finally utilizing Synergy through December of 2025.
Okay, so I see on 1105 focus, which is what you just spoke on, has a timeline. So what I would request is the same, not the same timeline, but a timeline for this accelerated step that we're taking. And this is regard to 1104. Response?
Okay.
I don't see a timeline. Ms. Whalen?
It's an 8-month timeline that we will be working with MGT. That is on their particular contract that is before you right now is the 1104 item. And then we will be coming together on December 5th and December 6th as well, talking about that. Correct. All that is the scope of work that is on the agenda item before you, because we will be creating those timelines and working on those drafts with our critical team members that already are participating in that on December 5th and the 6th.
So it's valid to say that you will give us a timeline.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's my first. That was kind of like a request, but you're already on it. The second question that I have is finance. So when we talk about, and we always need to remember, I know we all think about the fund balance being very healthy, but there's expenditures that are inclusive in this, in both of these agenda items. How will this affect our fund balance? What is the financial soundness at this point in time? You know, we're hearing so many worrisome, now 25% CIT went down to 5%. I know that's all capital funding, but we're in a time of financial crunch, as always, but more so, we will be more so sooner than later. How will this affect our financial well-being, our fund balance?
Well, regardless, we have to have a student information system, so that cost will always be associated with that. So when you look at a student information system, this is something, money we put towards this student information system. These are what our employees use on a daily basis, and we felt the frustrations behind that, behind a system that didn't meet our needs that we needed to run the school district. The reason for this timeline to move as it is so that we're ready to go in the next school year with that new student information system.
So, but still.
And also our FTE reporting, which is how we're funded as well.
And our ESC reporting.
That's correct.
And our, these are major cost implications. What I'm trying to embrace, we're going from Synergy to another system. Isn't there an extra cost? I mean, we already paid a lot towards Synergy. Somewhere we're spending more money. And I mean, I have a figure here, but I'm just.
We are reviewing all of those options that we have, and on the next agenda item, they have waived certain fees for us. Focus has waived certain fees that I will highlight when we get to 1102 as well. So we are being very cost conscious around that, but also understanding that we have to have an appropriate system to be able to have a student information system that's functioning for our volume and to meet all of the reporting requirements.
So I understand the latter, but the differential cost is what I'm looking at to know, or for us to be aware of. Do you understand what I'm asking, Dr. Whalen? There's an extra cost. I just want to make sure that we have that information, because Synergy we have paid a lot for, and now we're going to another system. It's more money. So,
So this item is the $750,000 for the project management, because we do not have dedicated staff members for doing that. So that's what this MGT item is, for their support through that one-time cost, which, as we heard in our presentation from Ms. Garcia on the amendments, it's a one-time cost that we're investing in getting a new SIS system up and fully functioning for us.
And please appreciate the board's, we're very aware of the failure, let's just say the challenge of Synergy. And that's why we're going to ask a lot of questions, because now we're going to a new situation, and there's a cost attached. And what if, I hear the 1 year, but, not to be beating a dead horse, but I do think that, Superintendent Van Ayers, we definitely need that highlighted. What's the extra cost? What is more involved? Teacher training, those things that will be extra. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad I'm making sense at this time of night. But anyway, thank you very much. That's enough for right now.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon? Thank you, Madam Chair. And Member Gray, you're a dead on. According to this contract, it is a time duration and cost of $750,000 plus reasonable and approved expenses invoiced monthly. Listen, we know that we are in an emergency situation. We get the fact that we have a situation where we've got to take control. We've had to extend doing our monthly, getting our reporting for our FTE. We've got systems that are unworkable for our staff. It is a problem. I'm not doubting that. But in good conscience, I had told Dr. Weeks when we talked about N4, I will approve you a consultant one time. $15 million later, and a year later, he implements N4, and we still, a year later from that, don't have a fully functional, workable system. When I have a contract that delineates there are going to be additional costs, how can I approve that at $750,000 when I don't really know over the course of the year what it's going to cost me? Quite frankly, I've never seen for this large of a school district a consultant for $750,000 for the next 12 months. That's an unheard of low cost. If you came to me with $3 million, I'd say it was a little more reasonable. But 750 is telling me it's going to be a beginning, and we don't know what's next. That's the first concern of mine. The second concern of mine is at no point in time has this cabinet superintendent, have you looked at the 277 members of our IT department? Why are we having to ask for a consultant with that large of a department that we already are paying salaries for every single day? We are supposed to be hiring people to do what we're hiring consultants to do. I don't understand why we are bringing this as an agenda item before we have done our due diligence within our own departments. I don't hear anybody talk from the IT department. In fact, they didn't even show up for a meeting with me today. And I'm disappointed that I asked for the salaries of what we're paying out for the 277 staff in our IT department for Hillsborough County Schools, and I didn't even get that. I don't have the salaries that we're paying out, but we're going to pay a consultant now to be transferring a new program. What does our IT department do? This large of a district with the caliber we should hire here should be able to manage from system A to system B. What's going to happen when the new system comes in? Are they not going to be able to manage and troubleshoot? Because that's what this is telling me. And so I have a huge concern of mine. I don't also like the fact that we bring agenda items with a fear factor to a board, that if we don't approve them, we're not going to solve the problems of this district. But we have to have a reliable and a reasonable request that the district is going to be responsible with the money and have a plan before we ask for additional support. We've heard nothing from you about what we're doing internally with a 277 member IT department in Hillsborough County. What are they doing that we're going to spend more money? I don't understand. So if you can enlighten me on that, I would be great.
Well, part of the talking points and what we did talk about was working on that knowledge and skills transfer for our district personnel and our district staff. And that is something that, yes, we are looking at, obviously, and we will make sure we get all of that information. We will have all timely updates going on for the process the entire time that we are working through this.
I want to clarify something. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you clarify what you mean by what is that going to mean for our IT department? Are you saying that this company is going to train our IT department? That our IT department is not capable of implementing a new system?
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I want to understand.
And they have been very dedicated. I do want to say our staff members have been very dedicated to this project and meeting the needs of our school site. So I want to make sure that we're recognizing that as well, because we greatly appreciate their efforts, and it has not been easy for anyone. what part of this is, as MGT is coming in to support us, is to help us with that, to help us understand where we have some gaps, and we're going to make sure that we do not have these continued missteps that we felt, that we know that we had with the Synergy implementation.
Well, let me make it very clear. I know that the members of our current IT department have been working very diligently. I also know that they have not gotten the proper preparation, or we have not armed them with what they need to make the management system. So therefore, I'm back to my original request of why aren't we looking with internally before we ask for consultants outside? And because of the added things you're now saying, I again don't believe in the $750,000. It's going to cost us more. And until I really see a reasonable cost of what this is going to be, I will not support it yet.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Combs was next. Member Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a little bit, I guess, have we looked to see what ramifications we could take against Synergy financially?
Yes, we have it. Mr. Gibson, if you want to. Thank you.
Yes, we are in continual discussions with the IT team as well as the contract. We're in a interesting place now, as we do need them too as we finish out the project, and we certainly don't need to move immediately on that. But yes, we all are, as a cabinet level, as an IT department, we are all looking at what options we may have and when the best time to exert those options might be.
Okay, because we're still paying them how much until the end of next year?
We will still be using the platform until December of 2025 to have access to that platform, because we have to keep it in the entire year's reporting for the state requirement. But it will be a much reduced rate, obviously, for what we would be using with them. I don't have that exact figure for next fiscal year. You've already approved this fiscal year's for Synergy.
Okay, but are we actually using it? Or are we still in a big problematic issue with them?
We are using, there is no option, I think I might have mentioned this October 1st, we are utilizing the Synergy student information system from now, and for us, as our employees know, till the end of this school year. We'll still be utilizing Synergy, right? Through December 2025 is what Dr. Whalen is referring to, is some of the reporting that still has to take place. So in July, you would have you'd have synergy that's happening behind the scenes, but our employees would see our new student information system, which is the next agenda item. And the reason to get this moving is we want to, our employees have had significant issues with this student information. It has caused stress to our employees for the time it takes to do things, and I could not sit and settle and wait for another year of Synergy. We would all hear from it, and that's just not the place I was at, and we needed to move forward with the new student information system.
Right, so I guess that's my question. Is it even functional, or are we still having problems with it?
Yes, it is functional, and we are still daily working through any challenges. They have worked with us very closely, and MGT has also been helping us with that, particular vendor as well, and assisting us with the prioritization items on the reporting. So everybody has been all hands on deck related to all of the FTE reporting that's been taking place, obviously, through our time period.
So I'm with Member Rendon and Member Gray that we purchased a program, and now we have had to also pay out other areas for support of this program that is not functional for us. So we have, let's say we pay, I don't know, $1 million for this program, and now we've had to pay even more in excess for other support for this program, but the owners of this program are not reimbursing us for the supports we've had to put in place for this non-functioning program. Am I correct?
We have not received reimbursements. The functionalities are there of what we are currently using for Synergy, but we have recognized that our capacity is not able to be supported with the particular platform. And so that's why we're bringing the next one as the next item forward, to be able to have a much more functional system for us, which is a system that we previously used. So the committee went through their due diligence back in 2018. We are trying to make a path forward, and we need the support to be able to have a successful path forward. So that's why we're bringing this to you all at this current.
But we're not the only school district who says that Synergy is not working. So it's not about our capacity, it's about the program itself. Am I correct?
I think it's probably a situation of both, a combination of both of those items as well.
Okay, because the other districts that
They're only in one other school. Yeah, they're only in one other school district in the state of Florida besides Hillsborough.
They're in other.
in the state of Florida.
The state of Florida, one other school.
Okay, because there's other states that are having issues with this as well, from the research that I've.
Other states use this program. This is Serena with MGT.
Right. Okay. I'm just having an issue with the fact that we've paid for a program and now we've had to pay for supports to help us with this program, and we're out even more money that we're not getting reimbursed for. Normally there's a warranty, like we've talked with Fergus, there's a warranty with a program. Do we have a warranty with this program? Or it's like, oh well, program. I'm just asking.
Yeah, remember this Synergy SIS was purchased in 2019.
Yeah, but still.
This has been purchased since 2019. We've had it in the district. First full year of implementation was this year.
Right.
At that point in time, found that it's not meeting the needs of Hillsborough County Public Schools.
Let me just say that what you're paying for is your student information system. It's working. Is it ideal? Maybe not. And we heard you loud and clear in October. There were a lot of challenges. And so what we're bringing forward is a path forward so that the next system is workable and implemented well with fidelity. So I heard, Member Rendon's talk about other projects, and we want to help build that capacity within the organization so that you're not dependent on consultants. And we've seen, several projects where you haven't had all those PMO skills, change management, project management, vendor management, communications.
I think, if I could say this, I want to be one of those board members that sends a message to anyone coming here trying to sell us a program to say that we will not be milked. This is not a district that will not be milked out of money. We are not a bank. And you will not come here to sell us a program that will not work and take our money without some ramifications. This is not the district to do this. And if we continue to allow Synergy or whoever to come in here and continue to sell us a program that does not work without us fighting back, that's the message that we sent, that it's okay to do this. And it's not okay. Hillsborough County is not okay to do this. And then we could just cushion it with more money to fix a problem that they brought to the table. Because they should have known in a district this large with 220,000 students that their program would not work or support our students. But they sold us and bought us on a program that they knew would not support this district. And that's what I'm asking. I'm simply asking, what are they doing to reimburse us or help us fix this problem with no cost to us at this point. I'm asking, and I need an answer. Someone.
I mean, were you able to speak to that?
I guess we're not able to give you specific agreements that have come into that have been reached. We are in a position where we need this program in the short term. And
But they should be, but providing it so until we get reach a place where we are able to transition safely. You know, it shouldn't be that they're holding us hostage. I'm just saying their program doesn't work for us. So they shouldn't pull the rug out of from up under our feet because their program doesn't work.
So I had a conversation on the Friday before we left for Thanksgiving break to make their team aware of our shift and what we were going to be, because our agenda item was going to be released that Tuesday publicly on, this is Synergy I'm referring to. And they were not surprised, but I followed that up with an email around the expectations that we are still going to have to be a partner with them for our regulatory reporting through December of 2025. They were very aware of that, and appreciated that we gave them, that information in advance of the agenda items coming publicly. And they're still going to be here in January. They're coming in January because we've got other things that we're still working on that project. So we're going to be doing both of these tasks and both of these programs, in parallel together simultaneously, because we have to do all of the data migration pieces of that.
But we're still paying them.
Yes, we still have a contract with them as well. That is correct.
Thank you, Member Perez. Dr. Hahn.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. I'm going to talk slow. So we have a job tonight, which is really to solve a problem. Solve a problem for our schools, our staff, our teachers, and there's a lot of other issues that need to be addressed, whether it's internally with staff knowledge and capacity or the contract with Synergy. But we asked the superintendent a few weeks ago to bring us a solution. Nobody wants to spend another dime, but we have to solve this problem because in the end it's going to cost us potentially an FTE if there are mistakes, and it may cost us in staff as they are like, I am done. I'm working in another district. Because I can't do that. It's enough is enough kind of feeling. And so we are charged with solving this problem because we approved all this leading up to it. And it started 7 years ago. This started with the approval. It didn't get implemented because of various barriers, whether it was COVID, new superintendent, then another new superintendent. But irregardless of all those extra variables, tonight we have to solve this problem. And we need somebody to come in and help us because we do not have the expertise internally, which is another issue that we have to solve. But we need to solve this tonight. This system is not working for us. It sickens me, yes, just like Member Perez and I'm sure everyone else, that we have to keep cutting this check every month. So the sooner we pivot, and it's very hard in a large district to pivot. It's a big ship, but we don't really have a lot of time to waste here. MGT has proven in other capacities with this district to be very effective in what they have done for us. I don't doubt they can be effective in this area. It's not millions of dollars. It is a cost under what we're normally used to seeing for consultation services. I am also concerned, though, about these extra expenses, and I would expect those to come to the board for approval and not be paid a dime until we approve those extra expenses.
Correct. They did confirm that.
And because right now this is what we're approving. We're approving 750,000. So, you know, and just bleeding into the second agenda item here, you know, this is a system, the focus system that, how many other school districts? Like 40 in the state?
39 other school districts in the state of Florida, and your two large school districts also utilize that.
And it was, when we put this out on the street 7 years ago, focus was, they came in second with the bid. You know, when you go through that process, you have to take the first bid or you throw it out. You know, and unfortunately they were the second bid, else we probably wouldn't be in this position right now if they came in the first bid. We know, I'm sure, you know, you speaking with 39 other district superintendents, that it is a system that's working for them. We need to pivot. You know, we can't, and we need to solve these other problems. I agree. But we've got to move forward because there's a bigger loss than dollars here. It's going to be teachers and principals and district staff who are going to leave, and they're going to say, you know what, I'm going to go to another district where I don't have to deal with this system and get blamed for mistakes that aren't their mistakes. So, you know, I am going to support this tonight. I mean, I have to kind of swallow hard here and hit the button because it's more money. And, but we are charged tonight with solving this problem. And I don't see another solution. I feel better that, that the system we're going to move to has been used by so many other districts. Like, it gives me a little bit of a comfort. You know, and unfortunately we're one of two in the state and our experience has been poor. So, you know, we are somebody's lesson right now, but unfortunately we did not, we didn't have that information. So, you know, those are my comments, and it's unfortunate we're at this place, but you know, I do still feel strongly we have to solve this problem.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. Member Combs?
I mean, I think about all the great things that have happened this year, the school grades, you know, making sure we're the epicenter, people knowing all the shelters, you know, the leadership, everything that has been great. But guess what? People don't remember that. What they remember day to day is their frustration with Synergy. I'm sitting here, I had to like turn off, keep my phone away because so many people are like, you can't keep Synergy. It's ruining us. You know, you're losing your ESE staff. I can't tell you how many emails and texts I've received from people that say, you know what, I can't teach anymore. I really want to leave the school system. I'm looking for another job because it's taking me. I remember someone telling me that they put the hours in, it would have taken them to do all their ESE paperwork. It would have taken like 200 hours to do like 10 of the ESE 504 plans. Like we are really, I guarantee you we've lost teachers, we've lost principals. We've also lost like the culture, the positive culture when you go in every day. Not only that, it's impacting our students, the transcripts. I mean, I remember someone telling me that they had to send a transcript to West Point in like 2 pieces. That ruins our reputation as Hillsborough County Public Schools. There's so many factors on how this has gone wrong. I definitely think that we need to look at litigation. I mean, I think it's very important. I think everyone feels that way, that we really need to look at that. The other thing is, looking at, are other districts just using focus, or are they using a combination of things? You know, what does that look like to really go into those large districts and kind of really dig deep? Because as we transition, we need to make sure we don't make these mistakes again. So that's why I definitely would like to place this on a suspended agenda, you know, so that way we're looking at that, you know, and as far as, you know, the IT department, you know, I know I get an email from this gentleman all the time who says, you know, I am so underpaid in our IT department. I work so hard. I mean, people can go anywhere and leave our district and make so much more money. I mean, it's just so hard because people are underpaid and they're overworked. And, you know, we're dealing with computers with a school of like 3,000 students. You've got one person in the IT department trying to fix computers, put them back. I mean, then you've got, you know, all these new great computer screens and all this new technology that's coming into our schools is amazing. But guess what? We don't really have the infrastructure. Our IT department it's kind of like, it's a great department, but it's hard to maintain the needs with the number of people that we have. I mean, a lot of our librarians are like IT tech people, right? They're doing so much. So it is a very, very difficult, it's a very difficult situation that we're in, because you see someone who can leave an IT department today and go somewhere and make double, triple what they could make working for the public schools. I think of this one gentleman all the time who sends me an email and talks about how little, you know, and Jessica's nodding her head, what little amount of money he gets paid and how he has to work extra jobs and he's working so hard and he loves working for the school system, but he can't even afford to live on that livable wage. So I think I just think we need to have a great infrastructure. And I think in the past we've seen that MGT has done a great job in our schools, and they've been a great partner. So I think making sure that when we roll this out, we don't have a chance to roll it out wrong. This is it. This is the only chance we have. I mean, if you're a teacher and you've been through such a hard year, you cannot expect me to learn a brand new program as I'm learning the old program and have problems with this program as well. So I think that not only the program that we use, but the infrastructure of how it looks as it's rolled out, and making sure that the IT department and also MGT work closely together, and to make sure everybody is working really closely together to have that infrastructure before the summer for the training, to make sure all the training's included throughout the summer, to make sure if we have to pay a stipend, if that means a stipend, that everyone is trained and knows the system is really important. So I you know, as I said, I'm going to support both of these because I know this is the biggest frustration that people are feeling, and we have to move forward. You know, things happen, systems sometimes don't work, and we just have to move forward.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray?
The board members have brought up very important points, and I want to address a few. Number one, I want to pull the item for the next board meeting, but I'm changing my mind right now because we do need a solution, and I agree with Member Hahn, and this is a solution. However, what I don't agree with is we don't have a CFO, we don't have a chief technology officer, and I feel like, yes, we need to make a technical decision, but we don't have as Member Combs said, we don't have the infrastructure. Dr. Whalen, you're doing the best you can. Patty, you're doing the best you can. I don't know your last name. Superintendent Van Ayers, you're doing the best you can, but see, what we're doing right now is we're making another financial decision, and we want the teachers, of course, and the staff at ESP, all the staff members inclusive, we want them to not face this world war of technology. It's so adverse. We do have to make a decision because, guess what? The Florida statute has rules and laws on the ESE, FTE, and transcripts. I mean, we could be sued. We can be sued. So there's not a question of if, there's a question of really that we must. And I don't know, Attorney Gibson, all the costs related for us getting sued, but I can tell you right now, we would be subject to lawsuits as a board and as a district, because you have to comply with the ESE. I mean, and those reports are essential. So back to the position statement that was made, we're here to do a solution. Well, I wish it wasn't just us. I wish we had a professional Chief Technology Officer like other districts do. Are you the?
Yeah. So this is Serena,
our chief,
who is from MGT. No, Serena is from MGT, but has extensive experience as a Chief Technology Officer. And we currently, Ms. Gray, also we do have a Chief Technology Officer, Dr. Weeks. So he is our
No, yeah. Don't go there, because that's not going to have value in this conversation. But So what we're doing again is we're taking a risk, and I'm a past entrepreneur, and so is Member Combs. We do take risks. We have to make sure that teachers and all the staff members are relieved. I'm going to support the agenda item. And IT department, I've known you for many years. This has to be also explained why they cannot be responsible for this decision. Member Rendon has a point. We need those answers. And so at any rate, enough has been said. Everyone has spoken their piece. I do agree with Member Combs. MGT has proven to be a great partner. So too much is unknown, and we're taking a chance, and board members are making a decision, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the kids say, we in deep doo-doo. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It may sound funny. It may sound funny, but we are. Because we got to make a decision tonight. Before we finish, we got to make a decision, a crucial decision. We have spent quite a bit of money. It's a lot of money we spent. But sometime you win, sometime you lose. At the end of the day, but you got to come out some kind of way so we can solve this problem. And the only way I see to solve this problem is to go with MGT again. And the next one coming up, the focus group, because we're not. Everywhere I go, man, I can't barely walk into school. It's about synergy. I mean, they wear me out about synergy, man. So we got to solve the problem tonight. I mean, we have done a lot of great things as a board. So we got to do something else. And we got to solve the problem. So, hey, I'm going with MGT now. That's the only thing we have to do. We can do as of now. But we also got to work on that department. Because, man, 277 people, a lot of people. And we can't get somebody that really know what they're doing. So, I mean, that's kind of hard to believe in this time and age. That's hard to believe. So, I'm going to support it, the MGT. We don't have another. I don't see any other way out.
All right. Thank you, Member Washington. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Dr. Hahn. We are in a position, and I think everyone on this board recognizes the severity of where we're at. And it appears, because we don't have any IT people here. And I appreciate MGT being here, but you're not our staff. And I hear what you're saying about 277 staff are adequate for a district this size. It's only adequate if they're present and here and doing the job. So I appreciate your expertise, but you're the only one here. And the only other person here, Ms. Whalen, is the chief of staff. And we're not hearing from the experts of our department. So the lack of confidence we have is because of that. And so I think that's telling. And so I would request that we remove the lines from 1.3 of the contract where it says plus reasonable and approved expenses or on a monthly invoice, at least something of that contract so it limits when they can spend more money, because I guarantee you're going to spend more money. There's no way for a year contract for $750,000. We spent more money on the consultant before we implemented Synergy. I mean, so to do it for a whole nother year doesn't make any sense to me.
So, Member Rendon, I guess I'm sorry we didn't charge more, because the $750 is the consulting cost. The additional expenses are meant to be for travel, and it's hard to anticipate flights and hotels. But we can cap it and give you a fixed price for the expenses.
Well, it's not the expenses. It's more of the fact that we've been told before this is a one and done from our IT department. And we come back $15 million later in a 12-month period. So I want to make sure we're not going to keep having that come back. I hear you know, but that's a concern.
So for this project, to do the PMO, I mean, we've scoped it to the PMO. For this project, that's what that's for. It's not fixing whatever else needs to be fixed, but it's stabilizing Synergy as we continue to do, and it's making sure that focus is implemented with fidelity and that you have the right communication, change management, vendor management, all those things in place, and that we report to Dr. Wellens so that she can report to the board on the schedule, the costs, and the milestones.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I understand.
Again,
I can only speak
where
from
is our IT department? And so, Superintendent, you have to come back to this board next month or the next meeting and give us an update of what's going to happen with that, because I can't believe we're making these decisions without a single member of our IT department present. That's discerning to me. I don't know about you guys, but I find that disheartening that we don't have the people that are going to be doing the work here and giving any input. So, I mean, I agree that we have to make this move forward. We've already approved you guys once to helping with this transition already, one set of money. I believe in October we approved utilizing your services for the troubleshooting. Appreciate that. We know you've made great strides, and again, we appreciate that. But again, you've got to come back to us with what your plan is, because we're just adding dollar on top of dollar. If we're paying two birds at once, at the same time. So I'll approve this, but I'm very hesitant without you coming back and really telling us your long-term plan on this, because like I said, we're paying twice on top of what we paid for a consultant to implement Synergy. And then we paid, we've been paying consultants for 2 years, millions and millions of dollars. So it's a little concerning that we're being asked again, and our feet are to the fire. And we want to represent our staff, and we want to take care of our staff. So, I mean, but you have to hear, you got to hear from me. I'm not happy that we're doing this, and we're doing this without any input from any IT department at all. That's really disheartening to me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Endon. Ooh, okay. So first, let's start with the 277 IT members. Is that including the people who work in our schools, supporting all of what happens as far as IT is concerned? What does the breakdown look at the district when we're talking about IT members? What is the amount of people who are working on this project and implementation? Because you hear that number and you get sticker shock to see what's been happening with Synergy. But again, if people in our schools, that's a different story. So can you help me understand, first of all, that number?
Yeah, almost half of them, if not more than half of those, are in school sites. And then we also have a district response team, which is about 40 people that go support schools, that part of it too. So a majority of them are in schools. It's still a large number of people. There's no question.
Okay. So how many people at the district level would you say, give or take, are in charge of an implementation of a program like this?
Well, that's one of the issues. There's no one that's dedicated to that. We didn't do an FTE for that person. There's not a person that runs a project management office, which our consultant has told us very clearly that's what you need to have. In other counties, we looked around at Orange County and other people that did software implementations, is they have a project management office. Either they hire an outside person to do it or they create one inside. So that is definitely one of the things that MGT has already told us, is we will create a project management office for
And just to give some history there, but prior to 2020, we used to have what we used to call a BPI team, which is a business improvement team, BPI. That was a project management team. That division back in 2019 was, with cutting costs, was disseminated. That division no longer is needed, but there is a need. If you look at other school districts around project management, to take a project like this and to be able to push it to the finish line and make sure all the communication is happening. So this has been, for this district, project management has been a huge issue, and we saw it here with Synergy.
So I think part of the question is once we get past this hurdle and we utilize the support of MGT, which I have additional questions about, are we then looking at internally hiring a project management team for this deficit? From this, are we going to internally hire what we need to make sure once we jump this hurdle, we have what we need?
We would look at
So part of what we've asked MGT to do is say, you've been in other large districts. They're in, Clark County and Vegas and in other places where they have large, tell us what we need to do, so we can allocate people and help us make sure that when we have an organizational standpoint for a reorg, that we've got the right people to support the right projects. As you've heard at this dais before, we've had numerous people there's no redundancy. There's one person that runs one program, and it's kind of, we have not kept up with what we're doing. There needs to be a change to what this board has said. 100% there needs to be a change in the way we organize our IT department.
So what, and I could be wrong, what I feel like I'm hearing consistently from my board members is that we want something internally so we don't have to constantly outsource consultants to implement changes in any programs that we have, to do it with fidelity, that's a priority of this board when you're looking at how you want to organize the IT department. I mean, I could be wrong. That's what I'm hearing out of the comments.
Well, if I can respond to that real quick.
Sure.
I know that we want to have internal do that. There is, in most large districts, and you correct me if I'm wrong, there is some hybrid. There is internal people that are there. There's also people, outside experts that they also resource out, because there just isn't ability for a district to do everything internally. Device management is one of the things they do. Security is other things that they outsource part of it too. A project management team and a project management office is 100% something that we should have internally to be part of that too. But I just don't want to tell the board, hey, there won't be any outsourcing, because there are parts of IT, the best practices that are outsourced out to that.
Okay. So that helps me understand some questions. When I'm looking at this agenda item, the agreement with MGT, from what I'm understanding for the $750,000, the flat fee, is that it's helping right now with our issues with Synergy and the communication, as well as the transition to Focus in the upcoming school year. Am I understanding what we're approving in this contract correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
But am I also understanding, and I hear I've heard all the conversation, that the price of this consulting company is more than the Focus program that we're purchasing in lieu of Synergy? Or is there more money coming for Focus? Because the next agenda item is for Focus, and it's $600,000. You said something else about a next meeting, a different agenda item. Is that for the price of the program itself?
No, I'm sorry. That my reference was related to Synergy. The Focus is the 600,000. Okay. That's the next agenda item.
So, and I'm just having an honest conversation here. We're paying more for the consulting fee to implement the center, to help with Synergy and implement the new program, than we will be paying for the entire new program.
That is for the first year for Focus, and they waived some of the fees that are noted on the licensing. They waived for us.
So we'll be looking at each year that amount coming, that we're using that program. It will be a yearly amount that we're paying.
It would be the annual subscription to the licensing. Yes.
Okay. So that helps me understand some of that. I guess what I feel like the multiple frustration is trust factor, right? Like, how do we trust at this point, since we have worried about the outroll of it, we have asked the questions, we have hired consulting companies, that at this point, pivoting so quickly without a thorough discussion, and I understand the need to, I'm not saying that we shouldn't, based on our employee feedback, absolutely. Where is the confidence from this board that this new program is going to be the one that works, that respectfully to MGT, they're going to be the consulting company that's magically able to do what the other ones didn't when we were talking about rolling it out? I think what we're looking for as a board is the confidence that this plan is not going to put us in the same position that we've been in, because ultimately, once again, I remind you, as many board members have, we are held responsible for this, period. Whether we made the decisions, whether we roll it out, we are the forward-facing people that are held responsible for what's happening with Synergy right now. So what is there additionally that we haven't talked about that's going to give us the confidence that this is actually going to work for our district?
Our commitment that we are totally committed to this, and we are going to provide those regular updates. It is a whole team. We have the executive sponsorship that is happening at this level with this project, and we are dedicated to making sure it is successful. And MGT has already helped us to get Synergy stabilized from working with us just in the past 6 weeks.
And Dr. Whalen, if I can add to that too.
Sure.
A couple other things that are going for us that are positive. I think that it's important for the board to understand. Focus is already in large districts in Florida. They've done this before. They're not having to invent the wheel, which is what we felt like we were doing with Synergy.
Which districts, may I ask?
are using it. There's 39.
39.
Large districts comparable to ours are using
The two largest school districts in the state of Florida utilize Focus.
it, which are Broward and.
I mean, yep.
Okay.
And the other part is that Focus has already been used. So Focus was our scheduling system before. So our high schools and middle schools are used to using that Focus schedule. It's not going to be something brand new like Synergy was. And also our career, technical, and adult schools have a Focus. They are specialized in that arena. When that conversation came to Mr. Brooks and his team, they were ecstatic with the possibility of using Focus for adult and career education. They specialize in that and have used it before. So I think that there's a familiarity. It's not brand new to a lot of our people. And the fact that it's used in Florida districts and it's not inventing the wheel again, I think are two huge factors to it being successful.
Okay.
This is the most stable solution for us and path moving forward.
So there's a couple more things I want to highlight just for our employees who are watching this and panicking at the fact that they're going to have to use this till the end of the school year. I want to clarify that while we're keeping them, and that's a whole other conversation about litigation and what we're paying for, while we're keeping them for reporting periods till December of 2025, our employees are only looking at using them till the end of the school year. I want to highlight that and make that very clear for the people who are listening.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And then finally, one of my last questions, obviously, is one of my concerns with Synergy that I had asked about repeatedly was training and what that was going to look like. I ask about that with every single thing that we roll out. One of the things I think we need to take responsibility, we can push a lot of responsibility on Synergy, is training and support for our staff with this rollout. And with lack of project management and the other concerns that we have, how are we going to guarantee that once we pivot to yet another platform, that this time we're actually going to support our employees with the training and foundations they need to yet learn another program in such a short amount of time?
So the training was clearly highlighted when we did our analysis in October and September, and there wasn't a dedicated training team from the district to pick this up that were professional trainers. So we have flagged that, and we're going to be asking for people from the district to be dedicated to this, and we need, and that's a huge part of our platform, is that the training has to be very good and timely. So it has to be effective and timely, because that was another issue. Not only did the systems not match, but they would get trained and then it was months and months later before they had to use it. So we are correcting all of that, and we're going to have professional trainers, and they are going to be dedicated, and we're not going to let people start using the system until they are comfortable.
And when you say we, and I'm sorry I'm running over time, I just want to clarify this. When you say we, you mean you are taking ownership of that piece of it as our consulting, or are you saying we as the district?
Well, it is always the district. This is a district project, not an MGT project, and we are supporting the district. So we support Mr. Farkas.
So who will physically do the training, since we didn't have the people to do that last time, from what you're saying?
We will work with our resources that we currently have, and then we will be taking a look at if we need to dedicate more resources to that. That's part of what we're developing with MGT as well.
And so it's answers like that, and I know you're giving the best to your acknowledgement, that makes it difficult for this board to have confidence that we're using the staff that we had last time that wasn't sufficient, and we're looking at whether we need more. That's what is making this a challenge. I just want you to understand that. Okay. Member Washington?
Man, we confused. Okay, so we're going to have training. We're going to have training for Focus and Synergy. Again, for Synergy, because people they don't understand. So what are we going to do with Synergy?
The plan is not to continue training on Synergy. We were stabilizing Synergy. The training will be moving forward for Focus.
We have
Make that clear again, please.
We have to utilize Synergy till the end of this school year, really through December 2025 for reporting purposes. So we have Synergy through the remainder of the school year.
So what are we going to do with Focus? When Focus is going to come into
We'll
play?
start with the Focus scheduling system. So we'll start, and like Mr. Farkas mentioned, all of our middle and secondary, middle and high school, we've utilized the Focus schedule before. That transition will be easier for our employees. And we move into the Focus, the training for Focus, which will start then July 1 with our new student information Focus. That training, that's why the urgency behind getting this done, to give us lead time to where we're ready to roll July 1. And we can't mess this, we cannot get this wrong. You hold me personally accountable for this.
Right,
I
we can't.
cannot get
We
this
can't.
wrong.
You're right. We can't. My question is this. Okay, so we starting focus in when? July?
Yes, it'd be the start of the
Training.
25-26 school
So
year.
the remainder of this year, we don't be with Synergy.
Absolutely.
And we having a problem with Synergy, so we expect for you to come in and help us.
That's part of.
So we are doing both, but the focus project has to start right away so that it can go live for the next school year. It's an 8-month project. So we have to start right away and do the scheduling in January. And as you've heard, the staff is used to doing scheduling in focus, so that will not be a problem. We are going to continue to work with Synergy to make sure that it is functional, but the
Okay.
focus is on focus, to make a pun. So we're going to focus resources on the new system.
Okay, it sounded confused to me, and I mean, but if we can make it work, somebody got their hands up over there. Somebody raised their hand. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Okay. Yeah.
Next agenda item.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Seeing no further comments or discussion, please vote when your lights appear. And the item passed unanimously. Now we'll move on to the next item, 1105, Updated Student Information System, and Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is 1105, which would be our updated student information system. We just had some conversation around it. This agenda item is a recommendation to move forward with the Focus student information system. And as we've mentioned, this is used in 39 Florida school districts, including the 2 largest in the state. Focus has identified an accelerated timeline for implementation to ensure that the district is on its new platform for the start of the 25-26 school year. And that was from me from the beginning, is to make sure how we moving forward from here, that in 25-26 that we were not repeating the same thing we were in for this previous for this year we're in now, and then we move the 25-26 that we are on that new platform. So district personnel already have familiarity with Focus, as I mentioned, having utilized their scheduling software up until last year. This will help to speed up some of that transition, as it requires only refresher training for many of the district's personnel to be able to use the product. So that is 1105, the Student Information System Focus, and Focus is here as well. If there's any questions related to Focus, Dr. Whitten, if you want to add anything.
Bethany with Focus is also here.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve C1105. I have a motion by Member Gray, a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon, Member Gray, and Member Combs pulled this item. Someone would like to press their Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are in an emergency situation and we have to go with an event. We have to go with a new product, and there's no doubt in my mind that we have to do that. The problem that I have is we are starting this off in a negative foot already. It is the staff, it is the guidance counselors, it is the curriculum specialists, it's the APCs, it's the ESE specialists, it's our teachers. They are the ones that are utilizing and are responsible every single day for this system. And not one time did this district management take time to pull together a committee of those staff that are utilizing this system to have input on the new system we used. Focus could be the best system in this state. They could be the best system in this country. But the fact that we disrespected our staff by not even getting their input, and I get there was a vice principal here or someone there because they came in, you had a responsibility to get a committee, a diverse committee from around the district of users to give input. They should have been tested the system. They should have played with the system. They should have known the capabilities. And the only thing that was given to me as a reason we did it was time. No one cared about their time when they were working on Saturdays. No one cared about their time when they were working overtime or redoing schedules 2 and 3 times, or redoing IEPs 3, 4 times, or learning from their failures and talking with their colleagues around the district. But we didn't take the time to ask them their opinion. And I have a serious problem with that, because they're the ones that are going to be utilizing this system, and they're the ones that are going to be implemented based upon our decisions and our recommendations. And the fact we got 0 input from their users was utterly disrespectful, and I'm personally offended that our district handled it in this capacity. So I am so upset that we did not take the time. I guarantee if you would have asked a group of them, they'd be here on a Saturday or Sunday. They feel so strongly about what they've gone through this year with this system, they would have taken any time to look at a new system, to have input, to give feedback. But we did not one time ask them for that, and I have a hard time with that. So that's my first part. The second part is, how are we going to, and I hear you guys say, well, it's going to be somewhat okay because we've used it in the past. We just discussed the turnover of staff. We had 3,000 openings in 2021. And, so we've replaced these staff a lot. We've moved our APs around. Our APCs in almost every high school are almost different than they were 2 years ago. So they're not all going to know these scheduling. Not every guidance counselor is all still at the same high school and middle schools. I can tell you my kids have been in school the last 7 years in high schools and middle schools, and they're all different. So consequently, they're not all going to know the focus system. But are you telling me that they're going to have to create schedules in Synergy and then come back in July and recreate systems in Focus? Or are we going to train them and they can create them in Focus first?
That is correct. So part of this purchase, and please jump in, Bethany, is the utilization of the Focus Scheduler. So that Focus Scheduler would start now, where we're not utilizing duplicate systems. So if you wanted to add to that.
Yes, best practice is to start the new year scheduling. So the 25-26 scheduling, we have targeted to begin by the end of January so that the new year schedules, what they will go live with to start the 25-26 school year, they will be doing their scheduling in the Focus system.
Okay, so when are they going to be trained?
So,
I'm sorry. We've only got 3 weeks before we go to Christmas break. When are they going to be trained?
So our plan, we have a project plan where we have that outlined. We have that targeted for the January timeframe. And that is why it is so critical to re-stand up the system that we had archived already that we were using. So we already have the system that we can stand up. We just have to set up and migrate data for your current student population and roll that into the new year. And then meet, and that's why we want to get meeting with those process owners and those stakeholders for secondary scheduling so that we are ready to schedule starting in that January timeframe.
Okay, so let's put this into layman's terms, right? I've got a senior for next school year, and I've got to create a schedule and make sure I've finished all of their requirements moving forward for the next school year. You're going to have to migrate their previous information in, which my understanding was it took 2 years to migrate these systems to be able to use Synergy. So you're telling me we're going to do that overnight?
We're not going to do it overnight, but when we were the scheduling system of record for 5 years, we worked with the IT department and we provided layouts to them and they provided data back to us so that we could be loading the necessary information to run the schedules. We also understand that the district has over 100 ACRs, which are automated course requests that they use for scheduling. We still have all of those automated course requests and we are prepared to rebuild any that are new because that is a bulk of how you get your requests in the system for your scheduling purposes. So we are already prepared and already still have the existing ones from before.
Okay, so you said you have a train for planning. What is a train? What is the plan?
So we have up to 5 trainers who will come in and run as many sessions as we need for training. We have documentation on pre-training for scheduling, just an introduction to the system. We start with the overview of the system. We move into the automated course requests because that is a priority for your district and how you enter your requests. And then we go into the other options for massing requests and individual requests. Scheduling is not a one and done training. It can be up to 5 different training days because they have to get requests in. We're not going to train you on how to build your master until you have requests at the secondary level because requests drive your master schedule. So we will be starting in January with that navigation and request training. We will be coming back in the determined time in the February-March timeframe to have, we run what are called open labs. So we have staff that a lot of our staff that's working on this project lives in Hillsborough or Pinellas County. They're 30 minutes away. They will be here for those open labs, and we will be running those to ensure that course requests are in and are successful. Then we will go on to building the master schedule, working on how do you build the master schedule and what methods you have for that. Then we will come for open labs on building the master schedule. Then we will be back when it comes down to what I call walk-in scheduling, where you're just resolving conflicts, and we will have open labs for that. We have budgeted from the focus side to provide a minimum of 75 days of training. So in addition to the district doing training, we are providing a minimum of 75 days of training to the team, and a large part of that goes to scheduling and enrollment, because we have to be able to enroll our students and we have to get them scheduled before we can do anything else.
Thank you, and no disrespect, but my question was more to the district. How are we going to do the training? Because that's great that they have all that time, but our staff are in school.
We will build in those days at the lab days for them to be able to come in and do those trainings.
Okay,
We'll have
that
those-
does, no offense, that does not, we don't have a plan. Because do we have a plan on when that's going to occur?
So yes, we can definitely take advantage of our current APC meetings. So we already meet as APCs. We also already meet as guidance counselors. So in the past, we've taken advantage of those days that we're already together, because that is the current work that they're working on. So that is something that's currently, we already have those days that are set up and planned for working on our schedule with our APC and our guidance counselors.
I mean no disrespect, but it's a little disheartening that you guys are coming together with it now when I asked the question. That should have been an easy response, already lined up. We've got to get better at this. We have to get better. We have to know what's next. How are we going to do this? What is the migration plan? I hear you that there was a system and we can add to a system, but that's not. Our staff aren't here at the table, and that is a huge concern of mine. The staff that are going to be doing the work here are not here. And I don't know who's going to be here, and I don't know what they're going to do. We're going to have to approve this because we don't have a choice. But I'm going to ask that you, Superintendent, start putting together a plan for this board of what this is going to look like, what the role is of your IT department, what the role is of our staff, what they can expect, when they can expect training, how the training will be done, not just online and it's done in a video sense, and then they have to go back and look at it again, and then they have to call colleagues to try to troubleshoot. We have to do better by our staff. And I don't feel like we've got the answers today that we're going to do better by our staff. But my feet's to the fire. They can't use Synergy. I don't have a choice. But I'm disappointed that I have to make a decision without knowing what's next. And I look at this cabinet to be having that fidelity, to have a plan, and you don't have a plan, and that concerns me. So I have to approve this for no other reason but our staff, but we've got to do better.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Combs?
I mean, that's exactly what I have on my notes. What does this exactly all look like? That's what I wrote down. What does this really look like? And what is this partnership with MGT and Focus? Like, what does that look like? Have you worked with them? And then finally, $600,000 to get us on board. What would be the annual cost moving forward?
Let me find the page. I believe the licensing for year one in 2026 is approximately 1.3 million on that particular page. And then
moving forward after the 600,000, it's an annual 1.3.
Correct.
Right.
For the licensing, it's on page, it doesn't have a page number, on the total first year cost that shows what's waived, and then year two is $7 per student, and it was approximate $1.3 million. And then you see the pricing that goes each year.
Now, are other districts, from my understanding, some other districts, when they use Focus, they use other programs alongside with that? Yes, if you can answer.
Yeah, so our large districts, so for example, I'll use Broward County, Palm Beach County, Duval County, Polk County, Pinellas County. They use Focus for everything SIS related. So teacher gradebook, attendance, discipline, scheduling, enrollment. Many of them use for school choice. So and for all state reporting. Now there are auxiliary systems. There are districts that use Schoology. They use Canvas for their LMS system. So that is something outside. Many of our districts use Peer because that is a state approved IEP system. And from an accountability standpoint, it makes it easier on that side. But for everything core, SIS. So for your pre-ID, your FLE ID, your assessments, and that accountability, all of that is done through Focus.
I guess that was my big thought is the ESC, the peer. What I don't want to do is go straight in and thinking we should have included peer from the beginning. What are the large, like Miami-Dade, Broward, are they using peer alongside with Focus?
Yeah, so some of them are using peer. Now, peer, there is no cost.
Yes, I know. There is no cost.
And we actually have an integration with peer. We work directly with peer. We pull data back from peer. So we make it easier on the ESE staffing specialists that they don't have to do double entry. What they put into peer, they then have to bring back into Focus. So we actually have an integration that we work with peer to pull the data out of peer for state reporting purposes into Focus.
Now, have you had a situation such as the challenges that we're facing, where we're in a system trying to migrate into another system at the same time? Has this occurred, and what's the outcome of that?
Yes. So actually, I had one worse situation than yours. Actually, in 2020, in the height of the pandemic, Baltimore County Schools in Maryland had a ransomware attack, and they lost their entire system. We were the only thing left standing because we were the only thing in the cloud. So we actually stood there 110,000. So they're much smaller than you are. But we stood up an SIS in 6 weeks. And then we had the full system. We were able to, they had the ransomware attack during the first report card period, so they didn't get their report cards out. But by the end of January, we had all of their report cards out, we had their transcripts out, and we had their first round of state reporting. And the only thing they had been using beforehand was secondary scheduling. So we know tight timelines. I don't ever want to go back to that timeline again, but we have done tight timelines before. We've done implementations that have gone anywhere from 27 months when people aren't in a situation like this to other districts that of 100,000 that have gone in 8 months. And so we are prepared for that. And I have personally worked on every one of those projects, and I am the executive sponsor for this project if it passes. So we will be here. We've done it before. We know what it takes. We understand Florida, and we understand what needs the school district have related to education. So we're ready for this challenge.
I mean, you sound fully confident. I would say the one comment I would make is I would agree with Member Rendon. It sounds like Focus is the right way to go. However, it would have been nice to have a group of individuals after everything that they've been through for a year for people to really feel like there's input, so that way they could be asking the questions that I'm asking you regarding this. It would have been quite simple to get people who've been very frustrated, leaders throughout the district, to come in, ask the questions, maybe Focus, bring peer here, maybe some other organizations, talk to MGT, talk it through. I think sometimes as a teacher, you sometimes kind of know what the decision's going to be, but you want to make sure that even if it's the right decision, there are ideas and thoughts that people have or questions, like just asking about peer, like, who would be discussing that? Are you going to be deciding that alongside with our IT department, or are you going to be working with MGT to make that decision if we're going to use peer or not use peer?
Yes, so we will be working alongside MGT. We've already had some preliminary meetings about project management style, management of the project. We also are working right now to identify your stakeholders. We will not roll out a single module until we've talked to a group of stakeholders that have been determined, because we need to understand your processes. I'm going to use an old math term from my math days 20 plus years ago. I taught mathematics, and I rolled out the TI-81 graphing calculator. That calculator I didn't use to change and revolutionize math. I didn't teach a calculator. I taught math using a tool. So we are going to be working with your districts to learn their processes and roll out your processes using a new tool. We're not going to be training we're not going to just throw Focus at you and say, here's what you're going to use. We're going to teach your teams how to do their processes inside of the Focus system. So we have already, in the project plan that we have proposed, laid out meeting with every single specialty group that you have. What we call a specialty group, your process owners, people in charge of attendance and discipline and enrollment. We understand Florida, so we can talk what their needs are with regard to Florida. We know the federal requirements. We can talk federal, and we just need to gather what are your district policies and processes so we can ensure that Focus does work for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray?
And I'll be brief. Thank you, Madam Chair. My suggestion would be first from Superintendent Van Ayers. Can you give me the title? Member Combs mentioned this to be on the suspended agenda, would it be called the Focus Student Information System?
Focus Student Information System. Perfect.
Okay, my second recommendation.
Student Information System implementation.
Implementation. Okay, I just want to make sure that that's clarified. Also, my suggestion would be from here on in that there will be a head of the IT department to complement the service of Focus and to complement MGT versus having the vendor, be the spokesperson, because right now the uniformity in my mind has to be through one vessel and complemented again by the adjuncts that we see. That's my second suggestion. My third suggestion is, Dr. Whalen, you've done the best that you could in embracing all the answers to all these questions, and I respect that. However, I do think it's beholden that we ask you that, whether it be you or the new person in charge of IT or both, to have a one-on-one with board members, to have a avenue to communicate the answers to our concerns and our questions, because once we are given the correct communication, then we will have that information to react. Because right now, this is a lot of information. You're getting a lot of that. So that's my recommendation for better communication and a one-on-one. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs?
I just had one other comment. You said that you've been working with MGT. Have you had somebody from Hillsborough County Public Schools along with that from the IT department? So, I would like to see all three of you working together.
So our plan, if this is approved, that we will be back here on Thursday and Friday of this week to meet with the IT team, meet with the core team, work on the plan, finalize a plan, finalize planning documentation, and our steps forward.
So I guess my question is, with Focus coming along, has the IT department really been engaged on what Focus looks like? Because I don't want to hear of people who are internal have not had any input. Have they had input?
Yes, we have had calls with Dr. Weeks.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you've had input and that there's been input from internal. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Superintendent Ayers, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, as we finalize these two agenda items, no one expected to be here now. When we started the school year in August, we did not expect the implementation issues with Synergy. This is not something we expected. In the meantime, as we tried to fix the system of Synergy and try to get this implemented where it was going to be effective for HCPS, we reached the point to where we found that we were not going to be able to utilize that system. In the meantime, we've missed 11 days of school. We've had several things that have happened in between. It was of utmost importance for me to come up with a plan so we're not sitting here in the same situation in 25-26. So I just want to kind of put that in perspective of what we've been this year, and that we're at a place right now to we've got a plan moving forward. And I hear what the board says, and I assure you it won't happen again in our communication. But I just want to set a perspective here. This is not a conversation I expected to have at the beginning of school, that we were going to have these issues with our student information system. I had to react to it. I had to take the team to come up with a plan to get us out of it. And thank you for your support, at least on 1104. I hope that we can get 1105 through as well. This is the best option for Hillsborough County Public Schools at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rendon?
Sorry, I just have a question. Sorry, I put the wrong one. I see that, on the appointments today that we've got a new appointment to our general manager of IT. Or no, I'm sorry, what is a general manager of IT? So when we talk about who is the leaders of our IT department that should be here, that are going to be the face and the team moving forward?
So the project leads, I'll get all of those names. We have all of the project leads identified that will be at these meetings with us on the 5th and the 6th. And that position will be one of those individuals that will be highly engaged around this for getting our Focus implementation.
Okay, so you're not answering who's leading our IT department. That's fine. The last question
Well,
is, for the next year, I want to make sure the public is aware that we're going to be hiring and paying for 2 systems simultaneously. Both Synergy and Focus. So $600,000 for Synergy. How much are we paying for Focus? For Focus, how much are we currently paying for Synergy?
I'll have to get that for you.
Synergy closes in December of 2025.
Right. So for the next year, we are paying for 2 systems. How much are we paying for Synergy?
Yeah, then, I don't know.
Well, we haven't, because we're still paying them monthly for their services. So we still have a payment that we have to pay. We're paying for the 2 services.
You said on the next agenda we'll have another Synergy.
The contract has you've already approved the Synergy.
The contract was approved 5 years ago, and we have continued that. So how much are we paying? Are we paying 1.2 million, 1.3 million? So our total I want to know what our total we're going to be paying. Is it over 2 million? Is it a 2.5? Do we have an idea?
And I would assume that anytime you move to a new student information system, there has to be an overlap, correct? By moving to this new system, you're not going to turn off one and turn on the other. There has to be some type of point where you have both that are still occurring. That's the same thing that's happening here. Whenever we decide to move to a new system, that would occur. Am I correct? Okay.
Okay, so we will definitely be paying for 2 systems. My last thought was out there, but okay, and so we're going to get reports regularly on where the status of each of these are from our staff that are implementing it, because right now they're just consultants, and we have not gone to moving toward an outsource of anything. So these are consultants, and we need to make sure we're getting that from our staff to make sure we're moving forward.
And we think we've seen through this school year as Ms. Combs, you mentioned, all the great things that have happened leading up. All we heard about this year was Synergy, and that implementation has assists. So I can assure you, from me, that is our top priority, is to ensure that this system implementation is flawless. That's all I can do.
I appreciate that, but I'm going to have to say that actions are going to be what we're looking for.
I agree.
I mean, we cannot continue moving in this direction. We've got to have the actions that meet the needs, and our staff feel the same way. They appreciate it, but want. I mean, honestly, they want to see that they are respected, that they are heard, and that we're going to have a system that's going to be implemented for this. And if Focus can't do everything we need, then we need a detail of what that's going to look like. Because Member Combs is right. Most of our other districts don't just have one system. And so you're not bringing us a plan. You're not bringing us a full plan of what we need. And that's what we're talking about. That's the distrust. You're only bringing us Focus, but we're hearing right now that Focus isn't doing everything that we need. It's not fully replacing Synergy. There's holes. There's holes with ESE. There's holes here. So we're expecting from you, I'm expecting next board meeting that you're going to have a plan in your superintendents of what that's going to look like, who's doing what, so that our staff have a reliability of what their plan is. Because all they know is they have new training to add a new system. So I think we need to make sure we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Endon. So I had a few questions. What I hear is the conflict, and I agree with having to move to this quickly and not soliciting input from staff as we would in a normal acquisition process. And I completely understand there are not many options. My question is, although I hear you say like there's going to be key partners that you're going to kind of have those meetings with to get that feedback, is there an opportunity to open it up for a virtual Q&A with our staff who would normally have questions to kind of ease, or I understand key members, but that doesn't give access to some of the people who might be using it every day. So is there an opportunity for like a virtual Q&A from the company with any staff members or people who have questions who are going to be using it that can come on and ask those questions? Will we make that available? Sure, and it still matters. It won't change our decision, but it might, like you said, as you roll this out, as we're looking at things that we want to identify, as people have questions about it, give them the access where it won't change the decision, but we have an opportunity for that. Yes. Okay. So I appreciate that. I agree that I'm confused, as in when we ask, like I hear you say you have 5 trainers, they're going to be available. When you're looking at that, is that to train district staff who then we're in charge of doing the training of the employees? Because 5 staff members is not enough for the 20,000 employees that we have, or however many are going to be using this. So what does that model look like?
Sure. And, to make a comparison, in Broward County, we just provided, I think, 230 days. We had 5 to 7 trainers, and we trained a total of 237 days over the last 9 months, well, from January to July of last summer, to get them up and running last summer. But what it looks like is when we're meeting with the different process area groups, where do we know that we need to do the training? Where do we need to lead that expertise training and have district staff who are going to take on and be supports moving forward, co-train with us or be in the room to learn? And that's what, as I mentioned before, scheduling and enrollment, we typically do all of that training. When it comes to some of the other areas, we're going to meet with the groups. Does the attendance process owner have a strong team, and do they want us to train their team and then their team be the trainers? We talk through that as part of the specialty meetings that we have to determine which departments feel comfortable that they can do a train the trainer model versus, okay, Bethany, we need focus to do this training because we don't have the comfort level inside of that team. The benefits of a train the trainer model is that department really learns the system and owns it, and are going to be able to support it long term. But we know in reality, it's hard to find the teams that can do that. I'll use sometimes the school counselors as an example. They typically, in a lot of districts, have monthly meetings. And so by us providing the training to the leads, they then give a little bit each month in their meetings to bring the team on, and they don't try and do a 4-hour training all at once. This month, we're going to show you the benefits of FASTER that are going to benefit you. We're going to talk to you about transcripts. We're going to talk to you about printing your suspension, your different letters for failures or whatever it might be. So if there are departments that leverage monthly meetings or regular meetings, we'll take advantage of those meetings and we'll offer the training and do some train the trainer. And just so that you understand, our train the trainer isn't a one and done. It's a 3-part train the trainer. We train you on the content of focus, then they can go back and practice. We train on the best methodologies in training that we've experienced in that method. And then we come back a 3rd time with that train the trainer group and go, okay, now that you've had time to get in and play, look at the documentation, because we tailor all of the documentation custom to your processes. You won't get any generic documentation from us on anything. It's all custom documentation. So that 3rd train the trainer session is really, are you now comfortable to go and meet with your members at your campuses to do the training? So if we do choose train the trainer in some different areas, that's the methodology we follow for train the trainer.
And so I appreciate that answer. I mean, kind of what I'm hearing is the thought process is chunking down the trainer. My continued concern is who the trainers will be and where that workload is. And no matter how we've asked it, we've not gotten an answer. And what I'm confused about is, from my understanding, this is where MGT would come in. You have a very clear understanding of the training process. What I'm not understanding is, where is MGT that we're paying $750,000 in this process to figure out whether that train the training model is feasible, and whether, because I'm not looking at putting any additional work on our school counselors. If you understand our district, that's not even a viable answer. So where is the bandwidth and the resource? Because again, we can blame a lot of things on Synergy, but where we have to take responsibility is where the training comes from. And no matter how it's asked, even though I appreciate your answer and what you can offer, I'm not hearing, and I understand we're rolling this out quickly, there's a lot of moving pieces, where we are working with MGT to figure out where that piece comes in for our bandwidth of the training. So if you don't have an answer now, there's nothing we can do about that. But over and over again, that's a concern we hear coming from board members, and that's not what we hear coming. I hear the confidence from you, Superintendent Ayers. That's the answers that we need. And so that's my thought process. The only other thing that I have in closing on this is, I would like to reiterate that at one point MGT did say that part of this challenge of all of this is because we've had so much change in leadership over and over again, right? Like, I just want to highlight that continual change in leadership, whether it's board members, cabinet, superintendent, is not healthy for rollouts and the stability of our district, and that you've highlighted that perfectly when we talk about this. And the last thing really that I want to talk about is one of the frustration pieces that I also hear is the accountability piece with Synergy, right? Like, who was the accountable person? Was it our IT professional? Synergy's not taking enough accountability. Sure, they're offering the services, but they should have had the forethought to see that their system wasn't going to be compatible for our needs. So I'm asking you, with your full confidence here, saying you're the face of it, you're the person that we can hold and are taking accountability to give us the confidence that this program is going to work for our needs. Okay, thank you. Those are all the comments and questions I have. Seeing that there are no other comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. And the item passes unanimously. Woo! And that comes to the end of a very long agenda. Now we'll move on to superintendent comments. Mr. Superintendent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just some of the highlights this evening. The first school choice magnet and HVK-12 application window for the 25-20 school year is now open, and that window will run through Tuesday, December 31st at 11:59 p.m. So make sure all our families out there know our choice window, that first window open through December the 31st, and families can choose over 100 K-12 tuition-free school choice programs based on curriculum, location, student interest, or a way of learning. And to apply or for more information, our families can visit our hillsboroschools.org/choice. Special congrats to our 2024 College Board AP School Honor Roll recipients. This recognition acknowledges schools that demonstrate high performance while increasing advanced placement course participation. It is awarded at 4 levels: platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. Additionally, many schools earn the AP Access Award, which honors schools committed to equity by ensuring that AP courses are accessible to all students. So congratulations to those schools that are listed. Also, special congratulations to 2 of our students who were named winners of the 2024 Florida Space Art Contest for K-5 students. Gabriel Angeli, a 2nd grade student at Lowry, and Sharon Gao, a 3rd grade student at Mitchell. Gabriel was not only a finalist for the contest, but was also named one of the 2 grand prize winners. His original art piece will be flown into space. Interesting. On an upcoming SpaceX mission targeted for this upcoming year. This contest allows our students to learn more about and honor our state's rich history in space exploration. So it was a busy day yesterday, and previously we had our principal and APs of the year, so just special congratulations to Emily Torelli and Dr. Jennifer Canaday, our principal and AP of the year. That was a fun, and a lot of the board members, you guys were there as well, to celebrate our principal and AP of the year. And then finally, our finalists. We had our Education and Excellence finalists. We all were on Surprise Patrol. Was that yesterday? It was yesterday. It was like 2 weeks ago. Was our Education and Excellence finalists. So yesterday we had the opportunity to surprise and celebrate the 2025 Excellent Education Awards finalists. I want to just highlight these. So we have Henry Bryson, an ACE history teacher at Leto. Roxanne Corelli, kindergarten teacher at Hunters Green. Adam Walensky, 5th grade math and science teacher at Pride. Brandy Palmer, our science resource teacher at Springhead. And Montaine's Miss Vanna Pergola, English teacher at Newsom High School. So congratulations. So those are our Teacher of the Year finalists. Our Ida S. Baker Educator of the Year finalists: Sherry Ann Johnson, the school nurse at Gibsonton, and Tanya McCrae, success coach at Freedom. Edna Martinez Navarro, a Spanish teacher at Gaither, and Alexander Centron Marrero, a PE teacher at Smith Middle. So those are our Ida S. So we have 5 Teacher of the Year finalists, 5 as Ida S. Baker finalists. And finally, our Instructional Support Employee of the Year finalists: Bonnie Walters, Secretary at Tampa Palms; Norma Borges Garcia, Bilingual Aide at Mort; Holly Milan, an ESC Unique Aide at Claywell Elementary; and Susan Blackman, an ESC Aide at Oak Park. We look forward, so mark your calendars. Today is to recognize these stellar employees and revealing the winners for each category. So that is January 23rd. And again, we'll do it at the Education Awards ceremony at the Straz Center for Performing Arts. And again, that's on January the 23rd. I'm going to throw this one over to Mr. Farkas, but I just want to congratulate. We had some Planning Commission awards and a lot of our discussion today around planning. Mr. Farkas, if you want to take this, I know I missed a couple too.
No, it's okay. For the first time ever, there's 3 categories for the Planning Commission Awards, the 42nd Annual Planning Commission. For the first time ever, we won something in each category. Dorothy Thomas was Outstanding Contribution to the Community. The Robinson High School Rebuild was an Award of Excellence, and the Adem K-8 Build was an Award of Merit. So that's the first time that's happened for us, but the design teams, the construction teams for all those internally.
So great job, you and your team, Mr. Farkas. Thank you for doing that. And that is my superintendent comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into board member comments. Board members, just a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes each to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. And the first one up is Member Rendon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels like we had a reorg meeting, but we haven't had a board meeting since the hurricane, and I have a lot of thank yous to say. First of all, to Operation Barbecue. They fed the Waimama community with over 2,000 meals for an entire week. They came out and they fed our Plant City community at Turkey Creek, at Bernie, and at Burnett, all for, I'm not Burnett, I'm sorry. Yes, anyways, we at several of our community schools for several days, and so I want to personally thank them for the support they gave. Also to both the Plant City community, the Fishhawk community, Bloomingdale community, all coming out for our flooding victims in both Plant City and the Alafaya. We had many schools that were flooded and many residents that were flooded, and everyone came together. So it was a complete group effort from the county to the school district, the extra time and effort that put in from our custodial staff to our staff for shelters. I cannot thank you enough for all the time and effort they put into it. We had staff that were literally working before our shelter staff even got there, preparing our schools. And they were the ones that greeted families when they got there hours before the storms hit. Our special needs shelters went days after the shelters were, the storm was passed. And so a special thank you to all of our staff, our food service staff that worked overtime, triple time through multiple schools, coming to the aid of each other and working to feed the thousands of families we had in our shelters every single day. So I cannot I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of our Hillsborough County staff that were in our shelters, that were aiding and working, our social workers from the time the storm hit, making sure families had housing, that they had shelter, that they had food. Feeding Tampa Bay. Absolutely phenomenal organization that were there. They were on the ground from the moment the storm hit to all of our families working to do that. Senator Rubio's office was in, several of our Congressman Lee, Congressman Castor, many of our legislators, yes, Senator Collins, Senator Burgess, all of our legislators from Representative Alvarez, Representative Owen, Representative McClure, Representative Valdez, Representative Hart, every one of our legislators from our federal to our state were on the ground working with all of our families, with all of our schools, really taking notice of all the work that our staff do on a regular basis for our hurricane and shelters. And so I want to make sure that we personally thank them all for all the efforts that they put into the time during the storm and after. And so thank you all very much. Congratulations to all of our winners. All of our finalists. For all of our Teacher of the Year, our Ida S. Baker, and our support staff. But congratulations to our Principal and Assistant Principal of the Year. Phenomenal categories and phenomenal staff throughout our entire district. And so we're honored to be able to honor a couple, but we know that there are so many more out there that we're not able to honor this year. And so thank you all very much for all the hard work. There are so many things going on in the last month and a half that we're not able to highlight because of our time frames, but we just want to take a special thanks to all of our staff that after the time that we were out for the hurricane and then out for break and all the changes and all the transitions, that you have been there, that you have been there for your students, you have been there for each other. And so a special thank you to each and every one of you that are doing this job every single day with the trial and tribulations that you have had this year. Just thank you. It's the only thing we can say. It's not enough. But thank you. We recognize the dedication, the hard work, the extra time you put in, the care that you put in going out to see your students during the time, making sure they were safe, making sure they had shelter, even after the storm when you knew you yourself were looking for shelter and looking for your own needs. So thank you all very much for all that you do today and have done before and will do tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Randon. Member Gray?
Yes, and my message is with gratitude. I want to thank the many groups, entities who took care of over 654 families and their children for a total of 15,000 folks that we housed and made sure they were safe. Specifically, Hillsborough County Public School principals, we thank you, APs. In addition, these principals and APs also took part in the Hurricane Milton relief supply distribution. They worked very, very hard, as we all know. Our custodians who kept those schools pristine and clean, our school nurses, social workers, school psychologists, and yes, student nutrition Shani Hall took upon her her responsibilities, making sure everyone was fed at those shelters, and Feeding Tampa Bay was such a wonderful partner in that effort. I want to thank our communications team, the ESE staff, very, very hard job they had, and they did such a wonderful, loving job. Our City of Tampa, the Board of County Commissioners, Hillsborough Department of Health, and of course our elected officials. We thank each and every one of them for their commitment to the safety and well-being of our students and the families during these two hurricanes that hit us hard. Another gratitude call out. Public Education won in Tampa, Florida. 67% of the voters said yes to the millage. I want to thank specifically Superintendent Van Ayers for all of these talks that you did throughout the whole district, our CTA, our board members, our Tampa Chamber, HEF, Hillsborough Education Foundation, our Hillsborough County PTA, and the many, many Hillsborough County Public Schools staff members who spread the need for our hardworking teachers and staff to receive equity in pay and a salary, and a salary which motivates them to stay in our district. News from our African American Task Force: the annual HAPC preliminary competitions will take place January 28th at Blake High School, January 29th at Brandon High School, and January 30th at Leto. And the big competition, and last year we had 189 schools, the big competition will be on February 22nd at Blake High School. Last year we had 169 schools. And I want to thank publicly Dr. Andrea Beverly, Kingsha Parham, Chris Jargo, and our wonderful social studies staff and board members who took part last year as well. And how come so many of these students compete? Well, Fred Hearns had begun the idea of a Thurgood Marshall Club, and from 2 years ago, Allison Edgecombe took upon this organization and has now 46 clubs throughout our district in elementary, high school, and middle school. News from our Hispanic Forum. A big thank you to Kelly Services for hiring now bilingual substitutes to help fill the void of bilingual instruction to our Hispanic students. And thank you also to Julia Saramento for training our Latinas in Action to also do bilingual tutoring. Board members, visit Shields Middle School if you can, and Principal Deanna Fisher will love to show you how the Latinas in Action are doing the mentoring and tutoring to their fellow students. News from our Hillsborough County Human Trafficking Student Online Safety Committee. Our next online safety forum will be held on January 22nd at Adom High School, K through 8, and also in the spirit of congratulating our finalists, our excellence excellence in education. We are so very proud of every one of them. And I also want to take a special opportunity to thank our Hillsborough Education Foundation for sponsoring and holding this event, And big time appreciation to Anne Marie Courtney, who coordinates all this. Thank you. Well, I'm almost done. But for right now, that's it. That's enough. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs?
I think first and foremost, I really, really want to thank the voters in Hillsborough County. I mean, I can't tell you how important I felt the millage passing. I felt it was like one of the most important things that was happening in our community. It was far more important than me being reelected. It was just so important for our teachers, our staff, our principals, you know, our custodians to feel not only are they going to financially benefit, but the resounding vote that 67% of people in our community really, even after hurricanes, and I know so many people were struggling, people are struggling financially every day to pay the bills. The idea that they would really go ahead and vote for that and make sure to prioritize. I remember, you know, the night prior, I said, my goodness, I hope it passes by, I know, you know, Superintendent Ayers and I were talking, I thought, I hope it passes by 53, 54%. But to see a 67%, I think it really sends a message to our community that really we value education, we value teachers, we value our custodians, we value everyone. So I can't thank the voters enough. I also want to assure people that we are going to have a very transparent group that is going to oversee it, an oversight committee to make sure that what we have promised, we deliver in our promises and that we make sure that's sustainable. I would tell people all the time, you know, if you worry about your property value or you're paying more taxes, the first thing people ask when they move into a home is, what is the school district like? What are the schools surrounding me? Regardless if you have children or not, that really shows how much your property value will go up. As schools are strengthened and we have teachers in front of students, then guess what? Your property values are going to increase exponentially. But more important, you're going to create a citizens and you're going to create a community that really focuses on education, because this is a very hard time. And let me tell you, here as a reelected official, do not think I'm not going to continue fighting at the state level every single time I can to ask for more and continue saying that we are truly underfunded regardless. Even if you're receiving that voucher and you're going to a private school, guess what? The increase of that tuition has gone up exponentially. And in order for you to be able to have that choice, you're going to have to continue to ask for more. And although on our legislative platform, we talk about an increase, it still needs to be far more than we're asking. $260, I mean, you know, the cost of living is costing so much, and educating a child, when you look at from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, it's so expensive, but we do a great job because we have so many wonderful people. And in order, like I look at our teachers and our aging teachers who are retiring or people who are staying so much longer, we have to be able to attract young teachers who are going to be able to fill that when we all move on or retire, right? So I think it's very important that we continue to attract and retain teachers. And you see at every college, USF, you know, UT, there is a very low number of people who are going into education, and that is a fact, and that is really tied to paying and also the high expectations. The expectations are so high, the needs are so high for our community, but the salary doesn't really equal that. So thank you to the voters. I also just want to thank everyone. I know the other members thank everyone for what we did with the hurricane. I mean, I spent a lot of time in the shelter, and it was really pretty life-changing for me to see the different people and who comes and who needed help, and when it ended, who stayed there, who continued to need help. The poverty that we have in this district was really eye-opening. And the number of people that helped, I just think of Principal Luloff, who had her daughter, Ella, who was there helping out all the time. Or Christina Alvarez, you know, the principal at Alexander, when she cleaned up, she brought her nephew and her children to clean up the school. So many people are working so hard beyond the hours because they care and they love this community so much. So I want to thank everyone who was involved, all the emergency workers, and thank you, Superintendent, for your leadership, and thank you to the operations team and and everybody else, the cafeteria workers who work so hard. And finally, thank you to the Citizen Advisory Council. We had such a great meeting yesterday, and probably one of the best parts was really engaging with the students and seeing, you know, how much they care about this generation really cares about people, and they want to make a difference and to make sure that we keep instilling all the values that we're providing. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Thank you. I also would like to, first of all, say welcome back. Welcome back to all of our employees, to district staff. I hope everybody had a restful break, that you kind of refilled your buckets. I know I spent most of my time cleaning out my kitchen cabinets, but hey, they needed to get done. So welcome back. I echo the sentiments around the hurricane. It feels like forever ago, but I appreciate my board members all kind of talking about that. There's not enough time to highlight all the people in our community who came together, how our staff came together. So many principals checked on all their employees, offered so much grace to so many employees who lost homes and had to rebuild. Even up until a few weeks ago, I know Buchanan was having another fundraiser for our houses, for our families that were displaced. USF and Forest Hills were hit especially hard. So to see my community kind of come together around that, I mean, it puts a lot of new meaning into Hillsborough Strong. I mean, we talk about it as a school district, but it extends more to that. You know, it extends to our entire community. So I appreciate that. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge there's been some tragedies, unfortunately. Thanona-Sassa, unexpectedly, elementary lost their media specialist, Alicia Giselle, and I know that was heartbreaking for them. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you for all that she did for Thanona-Sassa. She was a real asset, and just send my regards to that community that I know that's her name. Maniscalco also had a tragedy within the community, and I just want to send out my love and support to that community who really needs it. So I just wanted to take a moment for that. I also wanted to just talk about a few things. One thing as far as housekeeping, because we've talked a lot about training tonight. I know that when we rolled out our fantastic, amazing inline boards, as they're called, we said we did a lot of training. New line. Did we have inline, boys? But anyway, there's a lot of people who haven't gotten the training on that, and it was rolled out kind of quickly. So if we could do an inventory of who's gotten training and who doesn't, and making sure that we're offering that training so that we can utilize that to the best, I think that would be really good. Also, my son is finally going to get to compete in the Black Brain Bowl, and he is very excited. He's finally at a school that's participating, so we're very excited about that, and I'm hopeful that maybe he'll make it to one of the finals. Yesterday was fantastic. I can't speak enough about the Excellence in Education Awards. Just going into the schools and seeing how excited, I mean, almost every single person was moved beyond tears and just so thrilled to be nominated and supportive of, you know, their fellow employees nominating them. I'm not going to brag that District 3 had the most over in every category. Not that it's a competition, but I really appreciate, because I was a chair, I wasn't able to make it to all my schools, and a lot of fellow board members stepped up. Thank you guys so much for going to the schools and making sure that we were represented. People underestimate how much just seeing a board member or the superintendent really adds meaning to those experiences. So thank you for coming together. I cannot wait to see the awards. I would love if we could use some of those student art who just won for the space exploration and intermingle it into the theme, since we're doing a space theme this year, and maybe highlight some of that work, because those almost are miraculous that they go hand in hand. Small personal note, my son's at Tampa Palms Elementary, the secretary won one of the support staff nominations. So shout out to Ms. Bonnie. You're amazing. We love you. Thank you for everything that you do. And just after that, I want to say thank you to everyone for your patience in chairing my first meeting. It was a challenging one because it was very long. I think one of the longest ones we've had because we didn't have a meeting. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I just look forward to working together. And let me get to this page. Seeing that there's no further business, this meeting is finally adjourned.